Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappelville. Welcome back to the high seas. We got more Lizard Man ships here, Salamanders from Mantic's Armada game. Now here is, this is the one that we worked on. This is the biggest ship. There's a couple of other decent sized ones, but this is the big honking guy here. We also did, as you can see, we did a little bit of a object source lighting over there. This was kind of fun because we actually did get to put some of the firelight on the water, just on the crests of the waves there. That was really fun. I don't know if we'll get a chance to do that here, maybe, but you see we got a little bit more of a flame action over on that side. We'll keep going with the dark sails on these. Especially, yeah, not gonna try any freehand. There's just too many shapes going on here. I don't think we're gonna try and fool around with any sort of freehand designs there. I got just a couple of ships out here. I mean, maybe we've never actually tried any of these little guys. Hey, Armored Wolf. Yeah, that was looking really nifty. I know I get questions all the time about can you just use paper? So that would be, I think there would be people that would appreciate that, especially, for those of us that can't necessarily get the really nice color leaves like you get there all the time. So I think there's something to that. Hey, Velfera. Glad that you can be here straight away at the start there. We can have you around for that much longer. Now, if you remember, we did do a lot of some lighter greens here to just sort of compensate for all the fiery stuff, and I think we're gonna do that here. Maybe get a chance to see it more on some of these other ships right here. So Valkyrie, you know what I'm not gonna do. Well, I'm not gonna do that because you know what that leads to. That just leads to problems, right? But it's great to see you here. Let's see, what do we have? Anything different on the palette? Nah, not really. A couple of the radiants of blue, or turquoise blue, the green. We actually have the magenta and the violet over here in between. Egyptian violet, indigo, black spinel, Van Dyke brown here. We do have some phthalo green because remember we were using some of that. Perline black next to it, which is the really dark green. Hey Grim, nice to see you. And then we've got the Prussian blue next to that. The brown matter, how much will we use? We'll see. We'll see. We got some reds over here. You got your Fanchon red, the cadmium scarlet, the cadmium yellow, little brilliant yellow pale over here. We do have some of our homemade fluorescents out there of orange and yellow. So I think what we'll do here first is we're gonna hit the water first. I'll hit the water and then move on from there. And actually, we do have. Let's see. Yep, there we go. So that's the first little group shot there of all the elf ships. So that was really fun. I have to say it was kind of neat to see those guys like that. So very fun. Almost went to the wrong scene right there. So Grim, hopefully you got something all fun and ready to go for your stream on Wednesday. Oh, we got some white up. We might have to replace some of the white as well. Not sure. We'll see how that goes. I am just gonna, I think, grab here just a little bit of my Prussian blue. Phthalo green, not the perline black, but the phthalo green. And we'll just shove some of that down here. Nothing terribly complex. Some more of your Blood Bowl Savage Orcs there, Grim. Well, just wait till there's more folks, and then to toss your Instagram links in there and stuff. Valfera, I saw your new project there. I know you were talking about now with the layers of the gloss there. The old modeler's trick, or the old, what was that? The old garage kit modeler's trick. That's right. So hopefully that has worked out well. Hopefully that's fun. I know that's been a little bit crazy on other fronts, but hopefully at least maybe that's going well. Hey, Dano. I think even the hobbits might be a little bit concerned about these boats right here, because yeah, I think even the hobbits might say, "Whoa, wait a minute, that's pushing it even for us." That might just be pushing it. Now I haven't actually painted any of these tiny ones yet. Let's see if we've got the card. There's these little support things here. Nope, that's not it. Okay, yeah, so whatever it is, it's just got the one gun on it and it's got fire. So maybe they're fire ships? Maybe that's all they're there for? Bina is here. Thank you so much, Bina. We'll take a little sip with that sub there. Thank you so much. So not touched since that last day there, Valfira. Hopefully, because I'm guessing that would be just a nice little source of relaxation and entertainment to be able to get to that one, for sure. Here, we're just gonna shove some of that there, and oh, maybe we'll leave that one alone. I don't know. We'll just start hitting this one now with some of our green. Hey, Super Lazy. Ah, it's Ranual. Nice to see ya. Glad that you're able to get in here early too, right at the start. Right at the start. Very cool. How's about Perline Black? Perline Black, maybe not a ton of thinner in that either. Ah, a couple of loose threads were pulled and they're not loosening up a bit. Well, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to say anything. Maybe that's working, Valfair. Maybe it's working, me not saying anything. Maybe that's having a positive effect. So I guess we should continue that. Yeah, guess we'll have to keep that going. So Super Lazy, maybe you could find them at Micro Mark, or maybe you could find them on Amazon or something like that. But you're probably going to have to get them from Green Stuff World. I would imagine that's the only way. Now, that's not necessarily it. Was it, like all the Luke's APS stuff, you can get it here via Footsore North America. So maybe there's an option for you, but something tells me I'm not so sure about that. I think you're going to have to get it directly from them. What? Thranual, unless you ask them, there's no way you're going to know. So yeah, you would just have to ask the person directly. Nippon, how you doing? Thanks so much for joining us here. Let me see. I think we're all caught up. Yeah, Nippon, we did the first. We started with the biggest one. So this was the first ship right here. This again from the Salamander Fleet. And of course, this is the fire elemental that just realized where he is. He says, "What the heck am I doing on water? What's going on here? I don't want this." Now, of course, we've done a whole ton of other. There we go. So we've done almost an entire elf fleet. We got some of the small support ships to do, and one more of those kind of mid-sized ships to do. This is a tiny portion of some of the Armada stuff we've done. We have a pretty decent Empire of Dust fleet. There's maybe 3 more ships to paint from there. Just 2 of the tiny little, like the slave ships, and then 1 other ship. And we've got a sort of a decent, I think maybe 4 or 5 Basilean ships. Have to start getting to more of the orc ships. And then, of course, let's see, where is he? We've got it around here. Here it is. Let me see if I can grab this really quick without dropping it somewhere. So this was the latest Twilight Kin ship that we did. So this was really fun. And I think we've got 3 of the Twilight Kin ships done. So we'll probably be working on some more Twilight Kin stuff. And let me get some stuff out of the way here so I can actually have that out here. Yeah, Nippon, we've done, I think, 3 streams on the Twilight Kin ships, and you can just go back and check those out. Every session here is saved, so it's saved as a highlight. Saved as a highlight there. Let's see. Valfera, I'm guessing, are you talking about like white socks or something? There's definitely nothing unusual about it. It would be approached the same way we approach white all the time. just some simple pre-glaze things of probably Van Dyke Brown and possibly brown matter, something like that. But you got to have varieties in them. White is not white. If you just make it white, it's going to be super boring. It'll have no shape, no shading. Just like here, right, Valfera? There we did a couple of different colors in the pre-glaze, some indigo, some Van Dyke brown, but yet there still had to be shading even though there's white there. So super lazy. I just get the cork on Amazon, and I mean the bulletin board cork. You could even potentially find that. Oh gosh, what is that? Like Office Max or one of Office Depot, one of those type of places potentially. But I just get the bulletin board cork on Amazon. Hey, Jacques, how you doing? Jacques, since this is what I do for a living, and this is what pays the bills, I do this 16 to 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365, and that's been every day since, well, miniature painting since 2001, 2D art years before that. So there's been a little. There's been a little bit of work done with the painting side of things. So we've been at this quite a bit. Hey, Megan, how you doing? Looks like Armored Wolf was able to throw a link in up there for Super Lazy. So Megan, if you wanted to share your actually now there's a couple of more people. Megan, if you wanted to share your latest Instagram there with folks in the chat or anything, might as well do that. That was looking really good. Of course, like you were saying, right? All of the expression on the face sort of covered up by the fact, well, just the way the pose is. So I'm just going to throw a little bit more of the Van Dyke Brown out here, just for the heck of it. Hey, no trans fat, how you doing? Thanks, Shaquille, I appreciate that. And of course, we spent many years doing the 2D art stuff as well. Boy, this stupid microphone cord is really, really shot. But here, let me see if I can grab a couple of our 2D paintings. There we go. We can grab at least a few of them there. But it all started long ago. Well, these are more recent. This is just in the last year or so with the 2D art. So again, nice to see you, no trans fat. Let me see. Oh, actually, Bina, I'm gonna try. I don't know if it'll be possible by Thursday, maybe by Friday. I might have a little bit of a special project, shall we say. And so, Bina, did you get your Battle of Snake Island flag yet? I don't know if there's actual flags. I know there's a sweatshirt with that on there. But I wonder if there's. I should actually just look and see. Is there a Battle for Snake Island flag that I can get? But just that imagery, just think of that as a possible, maybe a Space Marine chapter or something like that. So don't be surprised if maybe you see some Space Marines painted in that way. And some interesting banners, shall we say. No trans fat. That is the proverbial rabbit hole. And unfortunately, my mini factory is not the only one. There are several other sites, and sometimes you have to search those other ones because, yeah, there's a lot out there, and there's some really, 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 really good stuff. So it's just ask anybody. Like, well, Dano knows and everything else. And thank you so much, Happy Heretic. Hopefully, the latest stuff you've been doing is going really good. I haven't had a chance to look at, what is that, Discord for days. So if you posted something there and I haven't said anything about it, that's not me ignoring you. That's just me going, holy smokes, I have no time to do anything because, well, the whole Adepticon thing is really starting to ramp up. Let's see. So Dano, it finally stopped there because that was actually, yeah, that was getting pretty intense and pretty nonstop. And like I said, it wasn't as if it had been a drought before that either. Yeah, it wasn't exactly drought conditions before that started. I'm glad that you got that working again. Yeah, oh, Dano, I had, oh gosh, you know those crazy little basing bits? And Grim, same thing. You know what I'm talking about. I tried to just put a few of those in with a couple of larger hollowed prints from Loot Studios. Now I'm starting to wonder if maybe the Loot Studios, if their supports are not quite as grand as I thought. But I think what I did, and even though it was just a few of them, I think what it did was it just created so much suction that it just led to failures on the larger prints because I've been monitoring a second round where I took all of those off and it's just the larger prints and those seem to be fine and it's the same exact object. It's the same object, no difference. So I have a feeling that there was some suction created. And Dano, you saw the pictures of that stupid thing. Can I even get this thing out here? So yeah, this is still not the whole thing. Okay, look at this. And that's printed at 85%. So here, even sideways, that's at 85%. Imagine at 100%. That would have just been absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh, and I guess when Landras is there, I have to remember to show him this because I finally got that dragon put together that he printed for me. And what's funny is that I could actually print something like that out now. I know enough to be able to print out something like that. Yeah, Dano, it was the, well, not this Schmaladriel. I don't know. I'm thinking I might have to just hollow out this one and print this. I don't know. But yeah, this was the one, this is the one from Printing Goes Ever On. So I might have to go find that and maybe print up those. Valfera, these are your sponges right here that we're using. So again, thank you so much for the sponges. Appreciate that, because and that's probably what people are going to be using in the classes in March. So your sponges are going to be going a long way. Lots of folks are going to be using those. At least I have a feeling they will be. Dano, that is the thing that I told them 100 times, and they just would not understand. I said, there is no physical way I can get that under the camera. And they said, well, this is on this YouTube channel. And of course, Dano, they insisted that it's got to be 1/12 scale. First of all, who's going to print it that scale? Second of all, who cares? It's an STL file, right? It's an STL. What does it matter? Actually, Valfera, as someone who prints out gigantic stuff all the time, I mean, don't you change the size of stuff, right? You'll say, you know what, the heck with it, I'll make it smaller, I'll make it bigger. I mean, you change the Grim, you do the same thing all the time with the Great Grimoire stuff, don't you? You're constantly making that, 54 mil, or making the busts larger, aren't you? So yeah, see that there you go. I have not been able to understand what is going on in their brains. It just makes no sense whatsoever. If it was a cast thing, well, okay, that's different. But it's printed. People are going to print it out whatever the heck size they want, don't you think? So Super Lazy has a very unique printing scale that they use. Let's see. So yeah, actually, Bina, I'm trying to, if I could just get some of these things assembled in the next couple of days. I don't know if I'll be able to. I'll give it a try. But it could be sort of a special Space Marine chapter. Again, I can't make any promises. Can't make any promises, but who knows? I think Friday is probably a more, what would you say, a more likely scenario. Little Egyptian Violet can't hurt. Maybe some brown matter. Let's see there. But Yeah, Grim, even I do the same thing. Actually, their stuff at regular size it's kind of too small and just it really doesn't serve much of a purpose being smaller. So I pretty much go with Grim scale when it comes to the Great Grimoire stuff. Yeah, I pretty much do the same thing that you do. All right, then we're just gonna get some of this in here. And remember, if you remember, we did a much more of a dry brushy thing on that hoplite guy, and that seemed to make a big difference. I think we're all caught up, right? Yeah, Dan, there's just no way for me to fit that stupid thing on screen. There is quite literally no way to get that in there. So I have no idea what it is they're thinking. And again, who is going to print it at that scale? I mean, it serves no purpose whatsoever. So I really don't know what their end game is with that. It just doesn't make any sense. All right, here let's start to expand out a little bit of our red here from our fire thing. Again, just trying to get some of the hints of that warm here. Some hints of it, and then we'll have to do some probably some pin line washes or whatever with this too. I'll let you set there. Let's give you some time to set. Now let's fool around with these. These might put a little bit more of our liquid into that. Bam. Just hit these guys. Now there's only, I don't know, I think these might be the only other ones that actually have the fire on them. The rest, not so sure. But I'm just gonna let these guys get some of this, and then we'll just let them sit there, and we'll work on now our larger ship again. Still got this one over here. Hey, Lunchbox. Nice to see you. So what we're after is, again, something like this effect right here. And we'll continue with a lot of those greens that we did on this ship. Now, if you want to check this out, we painted that one up, that was last week. So you can go check that one out. I think this was the week before. All right, this is one of our Twilight Kin ships. Super lazy, I've never actually heard of any self-adhesive cork. Maybe some, I guess for, well, sticking up on walls if you want to do bulletin boards or something. But I mean, if I had no other choice, if that was the only kind of bulletin board cork there was, I suppose I'd have to use it. But that would be because of the way you break up the cork, you would probably find that to be a problem. So I would think that you would want to not use that. Yeah, I think that's something you want to take a pass on. Again, it shouldn't be hard to find it. It's just look up, what is that, half-inch cork or bulletin board cork. I've found it several times on Amazon, so it should not be difficult to find. All right, let's just hit this right here. Thank you so much, Lunchbox. Appreciate that sub. It means we also get a sip. Of course, this is just our medicine. We don't enjoy this in the least, but all for the good of the stream, right? So Lunchbox, that is appreciated. And so what we're trying to come up with full fleets. Now, as far as the elf fleet here, there's just two of those tiny little support stands, right? The little square ones. And then one ship, it's either like the one in the left-hand corner or the one in the far upper right-hand corner. So it's one of those two ships. I think it's probably the one in the lower left. There's still one more of those to do, and that would complete the elf ship. And again, we've done a whole bunch of, we still have a couple of these to do, though. I think there's 3 more of the Empire of Dust ships that need to be tackled yet. All right, now I think we maybe start to fool around with some of our lighting situation here. Let's get this ball rolling. get this ball rolling here. And it's just going to be very simple, sort of a dry brushy approach. We can certainly go lighter. Megan, hopefully your week got off to a decent start there. Sorry that I didn't shoot you any messages earlier today. Just, it was a very up-tempo early part of the day, so sorry if I didn't get a chance to shoot you a message earlier, just to see how things were. I know, well, it's been just a lot of upheaval lately, for sure. I was hoping maybe that maybe this week there could be a little less upheaval. Oh, thanks, Lunchbox. Now, let me see. Oh, I wish I could show you the thing we were painting, but it was more, actually, believe it or not, as big as this Troll King is, that Etten that we were painting Saturday, actually is bigger than this thing. Well, it's taller anyway. So yeah, we paint, actually, if you check out my Instagram, you can see all of the trolls that we did. Now, of course, here's some more of the arch-villain stuff. We'll get back to the lizardmen soon enough. There's still some more of the Egyptian stuff that I want to print out, for sure. And of course, well, I think I really want to, well, I want to do another version of this, and I think I also want to try that same figure as Galadriel mirror pool type of a diorama. So I think we'll give that a try. Oh, actually, look, here's there's the Orc fleet. We've got to get back to them as well. So don't be surprised if you maybe see some Orc ships or something like that at a certain point here. They also have some of these on the YouTube channel. And I think we'll have some more of them on the... I know I've done, I think one of them maybe as a Patreon video as well. And of course, where's our Series 30 right here? Where did he go? I think he's over here, right? Where is he at? Where are you hiding? You're around here somewhere, somewhere around here. I don't know. We'll find him. More of our... Yeah, let's just put more of our orange up here. What the heck? More of our orange there. So at some point, I've got to run across him. He's around here some... There he is. He's hiding behind this guy. Now I've found him. So yeah, this was the one, all the fun reflections. We're going to try and print him out much bigger and then see if we can do a tutorial video on him. But there we go. Here's our new army painting series with all the fun sky, earth, non-metallic metals and reflecting the horizon line onto the armor and such. Kind of going with an Averland type of color scheme. Now, here's some of our bears. This is what we painted. I think it was last weekend we did these guys. Yeah, I think Saturday we painted these two or whatever. The 3 little polar bears, in addition to all the walrus guys and the trolls and everything else. So a little bit of the fluorescent orange in here too. Okay, we will lighten this up. Don't worry about that. Here, let's start to hit some of this real quick. But then we're going to have to do just the same thing, right? We're going to have to leave this area alone, let that paint set for as long as we can. That's super important thing with the oil paints. Very important. You have to give this stuff some time to set. If you're a hasty little hobbit, if you are too hasty... yeah, Armored Wolf, I never saw those things go up, the 2 Easterling figures. The only reason I even thought to look is that somebody did a YouTube video. It was a YouTube video on painting them. It was like 6 minutes long. It was, well, whatever. But I was really surprised. I went, wait a minute, when did these things come out? Well, they're available for pre-order, so I don't know how this person got them. I mean, unless maybe they're giving them out to some channels to paint or something. I don't know. But we didn't get any of those. We did not get any of those, so I'm not quite sure what you got to do to be able to get your hands on those things, to be able to do some painting tutorials. Now, of course, I mean, we're doing this on the ships here, right, with the object source lighting stuff, but we've done it on plenty of other stuff. Reaper miniatures, done it on Dark Sword miniatures here, different colors. We've got, let's see, oh, here's, speaking of Witch King, there's, this is one of the GW new Witch King figure right there. I guess we still have to put some flock on him. And then, of course, here's another 3D printed bust right there. There's our Magenta Glow. Hey, Deck Knight, how you doing? So the pre-order went out on Saturday. Okay. Well, guess, well, it was a pretty crazy week, so I mean, there's just a part of me that goes, I'm not sure that those two figures are really, I guess because of the 3D printing. I don't know. It would be nice to have them just to complete, but then, well, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes eventually. And of course, we want to get down to the water here. Let's get down to the water. Some of the turquoise. Yeah, Prussian blue. That and Prussian blue. Let's see what happens here. We're just gonna, again, we're sort of like how we approach our marble. Gonna let this work its way in. I don't want to kill all of the darker water right up next to the hull, because again, the hydrodynamics are, there's still waves that sort of crash up against the hull. I don't want to go too much with this because we still, speaking of the hull, we have to actually do some reflected light on the hull, don't we? Yeah, super lazy. I don't know what it is. I am wondering if War in the North is something that maybe they announce there or premiere there or something, because they talked about War in the North quite a while ago. They just released, obviously, well, sort of semi-released these two figures, the two Easterling figures, so maybe, because that's what I thought, was that at Adepticon is where they would premiere it, announce it, whatever the heck you would call it. It would be nice for me, not that I get to see it, but at least it would happen. Ooh, before I get into the Radiant Green, I'm going to also hit this here too. Just chuck some of this lighter turquoise in there. That's all we're looking to do, just some of the lighter turquoise in here, and then we'll come back with our much lighter white in the wake and at the bow and everything else. All right, good enough there. We'll leave those alone. Now, find ourselves some kind of a filbert here. Start to do some dry brushy stuff. Now, Thranduil, when it comes to trying to figure out what colors people are using, that's where those color charts come in really handy. You know, the ones where you mix them and everything. You just take the two colors, you mix them together, because it'll just make you more familiar with, oh, you look at something, you say, oh, they must have, I could probably just use indigo and this yellow to make that color. Or maybe I would need something like a phthalo green and this yellow to make that color. So that is what I would suggest, is kind of getting used to what the different colors can make, because until you do that, you could maybe even know what colors they used, but if you've got that knowledge of, oh, here, well, this is what I can mix, that sort of trumps all that other stuff. You wouldn't really need to know what colors they use, you would just know how to do it yourself. And that's always a very good thing, right? Just being able to, having that, armed with that knowledge of, yeah, I'll just do this myself. I'll make my own colors here. They'll look like that, but they'll be my own colors. Now I can get into maybe some of the Radiant Green. I'm going to just throw some more of the Radiant Green out here, because that stuff's just been around a little too long. That's the Gamlin Radiant Green there. Don't need very much of it. Now, Happy Heretic, not a bad plan. You know, just kind of take a wait-and-see approach, right? See how things go this year. If it all goes normally, kind of like it used to, then you know, next year you can give it a shot. Back to that green again here, and you could see some of the turquoise is getting into the green right there. This is all going to be much lighter, but for now, we won't get into the really light stuff. Boy, look at how that pre-glaze is mixing its way onto the brush. Holy smokes. It's always interesting to see that happen. But now you can see you've got the warmer colors back here. You got the cooler, grayer colors here. I think I will just hit this very quickly. Just a little something here just to mark that. And of course, we'll do more on this later, but right now, just gonna do that. Now maybe we can start to think about some lighter things here and there. I'm gonna get back to the object source lighting, right? Because it's very important to establish that straight away. We want to establish that as quickly as possible. Now we can start to maybe also get into our fluorescent colors here. So first off, you know what? I might even thin this down a bit. Because thin paint sticks over thick and vice versa. All right, let's get into, bam, some of our recess there. That's what we always are doing with our fire. Gonna have to establish that fiery glow right away. That brush just not going to work. It's a little too beat up. We'll discard that and go back to, here we go. Just use this. That's a little better. And hopefully you can see what we're doing. And hopefully we could see that we got ourselves a raid from Splintered Brush Studio. Splintered Brush, boy, nice to see you again. It's been a little while. I hope that you're doing fantastic, and hopefully you had a really good stream, as always. And huge surprise that we're doing object source lighting here, right? I know you're shocked. I know you're totally shocked. So Splinter Brush, thank you so much for that raid. And this is what we're painting here. Another one of our Armada ships. This is the Lizardman / Salamander Fleet. So here, let's just get this where you can see it there. There you go. And of course, a little different type of lighting on the back there, but you can see what we've got going on here, right? We're trying to establish some object source lighting here. So Splintered Brush, well, you know the drill. If you got any links to stuff that you've been working on, I know you just finished your stream, so it's you don't have pictures right now. But yeah, if you want to toss something up in the chat there, things you've been working on, well, feel free to do that. And if everybody could please give Splinter Brush a follow, that'd be fantastic. Thanks so much. Now, of course, what we're doing these Armada ships here. Now, this is the fleet that we've been working on most recently here. So we painted all of these on stream. We did the Phoenix freehand stuff on all the sails. Yeah, that's freehanded on there. That doesn't exist. It's not sculpted on or anything like that. We just did that. And here's some more of the Armada ships. Now, that's just a tiny sampling. Tiny little sample. We've done a pretty good-sized Empire of Dust fleet, even the Basileans and the Orcs. And we've actually done a bunch of the... Here, let me show you. This is the Twilight Kin. I think we've done 3 of the Twilight Kin ships so far. So we've done these guys too. They're also very fun. Hey, Chapman. Thank you so much, Chapman. I appreciate that. we'll get you your sound, because I think I was looking at those other pictures when you did this right here. So, bam.
So say we all.
So thank you very much. Appreciate that. And of course, we've been painting lots and lots of the 3D printed stuff lately. Tons of things from Archvillain. We painted 4 of these walrus guys. We painted all the trolls. We painted a bunch of these bears. these guys are absolutely hilarious. Really love these guys. And of course, we just painted a giant Atten on Saturday's stream. So yeah, Splintered Brush, if you want to share what you've been working on over the last weeks and months, recent weeks and months, want to throw that link in the chat there. Sure, folks would really love to see what you've been doing. Now what we're going to try and do is bring some of that source light down this way a little bit, right here, if we can. And, oh yeah, let's lighten up these 2 while we're at it here. I'll let that mix with some of our yellow. Same over here. There we go. So Splinter Brush posted the link there. Again, stuff that they've been working on. So please go check that out. And be sure again to give Splintered Brush a follow, because that's what's really cool about Twitch, right? That is so cool about Twitch here in the audience. Spreading the love. Okay, ooh, where's one of our blending brushes that we can use? We'll just use this right here, I think. Yeah, something like this. Just spread some of that out. Now it's time to get a little bit lighter in here. And of course, nifty thing is we don't have to do a whole bunch of layers. We could just do this. Remember that blending brush, right? We can just take this. We'll soften up those edges. Hashtag no layers. No layers required. Sorry about my voice there. Yeah, let's take some more of that. And then you see that in no time at all. Doesn't take lots and lots of layers to do that. Let's get some of this over here. This is not the lightest orange either. Not the lightest orange. We also want to think about a little bit of a cast shadow here, perhaps, that the mast will do on the sail itself. And let's go more, a little more here, and maybe even some all the way up there, since it's semi-arced around. All right, then we'll maybe head back to the water as well, so that we can start to see how light do we want the water to get, because we know we want this stuff to have the most impact as far as our lighting goes. Same over here. Now we're just going to start to tighten a few things up, and you just missed the pre-glaze where everything is super, super messy. Where all we're doing is just slapping on those darker colors, then wiping them away with the sponges, and then getting back into it again with stuff like this, with our lighter colors. And you can see how it starts to bring out now some of the lighting here. Now, of course, these are all oils, which means we have to constantly keep in mind, well, how thick was the last layer? How thin was the application? I don't really like to call them layers so much, because people start to think of them as almost like layers of acrylic paint. You don't want to do that. Okay, best not to think of the oils as just some kind of super slow drying acrylic paint. You want to think of them as more than that, because they are very much more than just slow drying acrylic paint. Going to get a little bit of the cadmium yellow into that just to start lightening this up a little. And if I need to, I can always go back into here with some kind of, again, pin line, wash, or whatever if I need to restore some darks. Let's do some more here. Only a little bit of it, and then of course we'll have to get into our regular ambient light. Just keep in mind that you must have dark if you want to show light. If all you've got is a whole bunch of, well, illuminated areas and no shadow areas, it's not going to look a whole lot like lighting. It'll just be object source shading. And I'm fairly certain that's not what people want. I'm pretty sure they don't want object source shading. Now, things like the mast and the sail, they're not super reflective surfaces, so we can only go so far with the lighter lights on those. Hey, Greenleaf Studios, how are you doing? Boy, Greenleaf, the old Tomb Kings. Can you imagine if I had the oils for those? And well, all the object source lighting on those guys, and there was some pretty wild colors on those. They would have made short work of those Tomb Kings. Now, of course, I guess, I don't know, maybe we'll just have to 3D print, was it one-page rules or something like that, that has basically Tomb Kings? I don't know, I might just have to get that one chapter from them somehow. But that is my last fantasy army from 2014. That was my tournament army at Adepticon. That was, so much of that was either massively converted or scratch sculpted. And here's some of the conversion stuff, like all of our chariots. So those blankets and barding and stuff like that, yeah, that they don't come like that. That was me sculpting all that on there. I actually had to develop a way of not just sculpting it, but actually being able to cast it, because I had to put it on so many different horses. And the cavalry had different armor on them too. So we redid the Howdah. I believe that's the War Sphinx and not the Necro Sphinx. Yeah, that's the War Sphinx there. Really had a lot of fun with that. And then everything that you see up on that top level there, that's basically all scratch sculpted. Either scratch sculpted, massively converted. We've got the Hyro Titan over there to the left, the Colossus on the right, the birdies, right? All those sphinxes, the catapult, all that stuff. And believe me, this is just part of the army. There's still more that doesn't even fit on the board. All of those hieroglyphs that you see on the walls, that actually does tell the story of the Silver Pharaoh, and basically that tells you the story of the army. So it's all told in actual hieroglyphs. All of the various bases and even the movement trays had hieroglyphs on them. Again, kind of it was broadcasting a bit of a warning. I think it said, all of those who enter the Tomb Kings of Susenes shall suffer a fate worse than death. And I had a whole story written about it and everything. And I got to play like 3.5 games. Splinter Bush, yes, I have. Well, there's the 3 sort of regular classes that I have to teach, and then there's sort of a seminar thing that I've got to do on Thursday. So, and then of course the usual Fort Wappel stuff. So it's going to be quite a full schedule there, well, like it always is. Now, do you have any stuff that you're doing there, whether it's tournaments, classes, anything like that? And hopefully that all works out for you. Hopefully you'll get signed up for everything that you want. And I know sometimes it's not the easiest to get yourself into some of the events or whatever it is that you want to be able to do. Sometimes you have to fight fight through the cart, so to speak. Oh, thanks, Nippon. That's just one of the armies, believe it or not. That's just one of the armies, because also that same year was my Sisters of Battle / Imperial Guard army, which was almost as elaborate as that, I have to say. Yeah, that was a couple of years of some craziness with armies. Being worked on for next year, heading down to the meet and greet. Would you do have a Bushido turn? Now, that's interesting, boy. But Splintered Brass. I mean, people do like that game, and they do like those figs for sure. Yeah, we'll just show the Sisters of Battle. This is also my 2014 40K army here. There they are. There's our Sisters of Battle. Huge surprise. Tons and tons of conversions in that army. Tons of conversions. Some of those figures are 20 some odd years old. And actually you got a some converted stuff from Victoria Miniatures even, like that guy with the banner. That was their Highland Moss Guard. So all of the vehicles obviously were conversions and scratch built like that Exorcist. Now the army board, that's about 3 feet tall, maybe a little taller. There were 40 stained glass windows in that. And here, let's show you the interior. There's your interior. Now, since then, we've actually taken the new Sisters of Battle and we've making kind of a new Sisters of Battle army here. And that's one of my army painting series on the Patreon page that was done with the oil paints. Lots of the non-metallic metals, of course, lots of freehand. And the oils just make that so much easier. All of the freehand, all the object source lighting, the non-metallic metal made so much easier by the oil paints. It would have taken a fraction of the time to paint that. Even the terrain would have taken a lot less time to paint with the oils. Hey Valendar, how you doing? So Valendar, I know you've been doing some more sculpting lately. Actually, how does it feel to kind of get back into heavy-duty sculpting, sort of, after lots and lots of painting? And Valendar, if you want to show any of your latest painting / sculpting stuff in the chat there, you want to throw that in there. Sure, people get a kick out of seeing that. Lunchbacks, at first I wasn't quite sure how things would work out there, but I think I think it's going to be, well, it won't be nothing's going to be as normal, but I think there's many more possibilities for it than maybe I would have said a couple of months ago. So it looks like we should be okay there. I just, you know that's not the biggest area in the world, and if they say, well, you got to be this far apart, that doesn't work so well in a tiny space, does it? But I think some of that's going to be in the rear view mirror. At least one can hope. So that would be really cool. Here, we're just trying to get this a little lighter here. Grab some of this too. There we go. That's what's missing down here. Just have to lighten this up a bit. All right, Thranuel, thank you so much. Appreciate that. So maybe not for Thursday, but who knows? Maybe by Friday I might have a little bit of a surprise ready to go. I have no idea, but we'll see. Could be interesting. Yeah, I'm just going to try and get some more of my. I need a bit more of at least the yellow, if not almost a brilliant yellow pale in there. And yes, we could still go, we'll still be going lighter with that fire, but I needed to sort of blend the two together. Well, happy birthday to Greenleaf Studios. So everybody please wish Greenleaf Studios a happy birthday. So Greenleaf, did you get anything fun for your birthday? Anything, I don't know, maybe a tube of Yinmin Blue, maybe a couple of tubes of Egyptian violet or something like that. Maybe some quinacridone golden brown. Nothing exorbitant or anything like that. Nothing pricey. Just something like that maybe for your birthday. Because it's not like quinacridone golden brown costs $55 a tube or whatever it is. Greenleaf got nothing. Greenleaf got absolutely nothing. Well, here, let's get Greenleaf a little bit of Book of Wappel right here, and then somehow, I don't know if I'll have time to make the stickers, but we'll see if we can. Now, let's go to some of these recent ones right here. So, this isn't going to be another case of contrast. Yeah, okay, you think, well, it's object source lighting. It's all about light and dark. Believe it or not, it's going to be about more than that. It's going to be about this color intensity and temperature. That is huge. That is absolutely huge because, well, why don't we do a quick little film noir here? We'll do that. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of lighting there, but once these things start to get their lights, not going to be any difference. That's quite literally all done by color temperature. Watch, look what happens when we bring it back here. Look what happened when that comes back. Poof, look at that. Right, big difference. Now let's see, there's a book club about Tolkien and a friend's Discord. Oh, Valendar the Red, that sounds really cool. That sounds pretty fun. It's kind of funny because we're always talking about the Wozers here, and I've never really known just how much. Did they get like a one sentence mention or something like that in the books? Because I do believe it was those guys that guided the Rohirrim away from that trap that had been set by the orcs. At least I think it was the orcs that set that trap for them, because they had heard they were coming, so they tried to bake a cake for them. So I think, hey there, Lady B, how you doing? Nice to see you. So yeah, Valendar, that sounds really nifty. I'm actually, speaking of the Rohirrim, I'm pretty excited. Now, of course, it's not till 2024, but I am excited for the War of the Rohirrim. Who knows? Maybe the other project doesn't really last and opens the door for this crowd of folks to maybe do an animated TV show or something. That could be very fun. Yep, Valendar, there's all kinds of, we talk about saturation contrast all the time, right? Warm versus cool, but also saturated versus unsaturated. And then, well, this one really does show it very well. So on Schmandorf over here, they're warmer colors. Technically, your eyes should be drawn to those first, but your eyes are drawn to the much more intense blues over here. So if we do ourselves a like that, it all disappears, right? There is no dull colors. There are no intense colors. I think actually looking at his hat is one of the best ways to see it. Let's bring back the color. And there you go. See, your eye is drawn to that blue and not so much to all of those much more dull color tones there. So Heisentoad, just try lots of things, and there's no substitute for experience, for practice. You can imagine things, you can look at books, you can look at pictures, you can do all that stuff, and it's not like it's going to hurt things, but you just kind of have to try it and just have to do it. The more you paint, the more knowledge you're going to build up just in your head. You're going to get more experienced with certain things, certain effects, whatever, and then that just sort of builds on itself. And the more that builds, the more you'll be able to do, the more success you have. And maybe then you can try more elaborate things. I would also say don't get too hard on yourself. I know we all have expectations. We all have expectations, and when those maybe aren't met right away, that can be kind of frustrating. That's understandable. But you don't want to let yourself get too frustrated, at least it's not right away. And it doesn't matter if you're using the oils or the acrylics. You just want to give yourself some room to breathe, some room to grow. I realize that can be tough, especially maybe when you're seeing things that other people are painting and you think, well, I should be able to do that. But I mean, it's the same thing music-wise, right? You say, boy, I would love to be able to play a guitar or a flute or a piano like so-and-so. But maybe they've also been doing it for, well, 20, 30 years, and they kind of had to go through that learning process too. Now, I think I'm going to take some of the Prussian blue, perhaps, maybe. No, I'll use that as a blending brush. I'm going to take this brush here. We'll use this Prussian blue, little indigo, and then we'll hit this out in front of the bow here, just to darken some of this down. But we'll come back in with the lighter waves. Oh, by the way, the waves are sculpted on. Yeah, that it's just a piece of MDF. So it's just a piece of flat MDF. All that texture there, if you want that, you're going to have to sculpt that on. All right, now we'll get back to our phthalo. A little bit of phthalo green in some spots here. An isentote, and I would certainly... Actually, isentote, I think you've seen some of the 2D stuff that we've done. Actually, I was just showing this a second ago. Where did they go? I know some of these are also on the YouTube channel, but we did at least 15 of these. All right, so you can maybe go check these things out, because a lot of the same, so we're using all the same paints. Everything is the same, except it's a little bit flatter, right? But we talk about all the different types of contrast, warm versus cool, saturated versus unsaturated, all of that stuff. So Super Lazy knows that Armored Wolf has now released all of the, well, not all. There's some more that are kind of in the works. But you can replica nature. Look at this, the fantastic crushed glass snow. You want to buy about 10 containers of that each, right? You want to get hundreds of flower tufts each. And that is the replica nature right here. Again, replica nature. Look at these fantastic grass, sorry, and flower tufts here. We've been using these on all of our projects. Sorry about that. That just kind of snuck up on me there. Oh yeah, Toad. Because I try and show that all of the same principles of 2D art, they all apply to miniature painting. It's all the same stuff. There's no difference, except that, well, obviously one's a little bit flatter than the other one, right? So again, Armored Wolf Etsy page. Armored Wolf has all of those. All the goodies are now up on the on Etsy. So go check that out and go get tons and tons of it. Yeah, well, let's just think of a little bit of this here. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the, where's my, there it is. And we're just gonna dust that over the top, or just basically a couple of regular waves, not the ship cutting through, but just regular waves. So Artemichael can attest that the flowers are so realistic, you'll actually have allergic reactions to them because they just look so realistic. And like I said, go check those out. Go get those. They are absolutely fantastic. You'll really enjoy those. Now here again, this is we mixed a little bit of the Indian yellow with our green here. Yeah, like so. So Valander, are you finished with that latest sculpting project that you had going there? Or is that still going to be an ongoing thing? Because it's been a couple of days since I last saw the Instagram pics, and I'm just trying to refresh my memory about what was entail with that project. And again, we'll come back to that, and we can make some lighter stuff there. We'll do that. We're just trying to get caught up to it right now with some of the stuff we're doing out here. So about halfway done. Yeah, as I saw the Eldar terrain, that was really fun. So yeah, that was really nifty. I'm sure that you had a blast doing those. And I lighten this brilliant yellow pale, so we'll just throw some brilliant yellow pale now into the mix. We'll just lighten it up, but give it even a little bit more opacity. We'll have to, like I said, get some more reflective light in there. I think I might also maybe do a little bit of pin line washing in a couple of places. I mean, well, it's sort of a pin line. It's not insanely pin line wash. It's just maybe even a little pin line lining. Let's get some reflected light on here now. It's about time. Grab something as a blending brush. I think I got my little, there's my micro blending brush. My micro blending brush here. Let's just get a little bit there out in the end. Like so. And here. Now I do have what, of course I did have it. Now it's suddenly disappeared. It's around here somewhere. Of course I can't see it, but it's one of my Empire of Dust ships. Nope, that's not it. No, it is. No, that's one of the elf ships. Well, the tiny little stand of elf ships anyway. Let's see if we can get a couple little lights on here, but without it, the lighter this gets, the darker our fire gets. So we don't want to go too crazy with that. Oh, here, that's more like it. That's a bit more of also a less intense green. It's a little better. Get not too much here with this light, because otherwise it's going to really take away from all of the stuff that we're trying to do with our fire. We'll have to get some reflected light down there as well. And we got the, I'm just going to say though, like some of these are mortars, some of these look more like guns. Sometimes they'll have ballistas and what look like guns on the same ships. Yeah, I have not had a chance to play the game. I've watched, I think, maybe four gameplay videos. I think Mantic only ever did one. And I'm pretty sure all of the gameplay videos that I saw were using the most basic rules, where wind is, all that does is just determine basically initiative. It doesn't have impact on the movement of the ships or maybe how they might fire or anything like that. You can do boarding actions. it's not necessarily the easiest thing to execute, especially if you're trying to board ships that are much more nimble or fast than you are. So again, just going to do a little bit of a reflected light in a couple of areas here. So yeah, Grim, some of those are, I mean, like I said, wasn't kidding that even the halflings might look at those and go, nope, 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 that's too small even for me. And thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. And the first episode that we will be posting, or we'll be listening to the Patreon page basically tomorrow, right? Because it'd be the first, is going to be this right here. So this is episode 2 of series 30. This is 3D printed, but you can see it's very much an Empire vibe, right? Actually, we're using Averland symbols and all the shields and that sort of thing. So yeah, very much an Empire vibe. And of course, painted in oils, lots and lots of sky, earth, non-metallic, as you can see. Here again, just looking for a little bit of reflected light. Again, that's the water down here that we're trying to reflect. Yeah, I guess, well, and of course, Grim, you know how much the elves love those catamarans, don't they? And still not quite sure what's up with the Twilight Can and all the Skelly friends and that they've got, but yeah, not sure what's up with those guys. Let's get some of our darks restored here. How's about some Perline black for that? Just gonna get a little bit of my thinner stored out here. I just have a dropper bottle, and like I said so many times, that's a couple days worth of thinner for me. That's just a water bottle cap. There's no giant vat of cleaner or anything like that. It still to this day shocks me that people thought there was sort of like their water bottle, right, or their whatever they're using with their acrylics, a big old jug of water or something like that. No, there's no big jug of thinner or anything like that. Just that tiny little bit of thinner. That's it. You do not need a whole ton of that stuff at all. If you're using that much, that might be why there could be some things where paint's getting ripped off of the miniature as you go to paint other things, or it doesn't want to stick. Timing is another thing. It's very crucial, not just in comedy, but also in miniature painting. I'll darken down here, I think, the barrels of these mortars and, well, whatever the guns here. So a couple little darks in here now. That shouldn't be quite so late. Not quite so late. And we'll do some stuff on the sails too, but we want to work everywhere, especially areas that really are involved with all the object source lighting, because now we can start to think about the lighter or the lightest lights in the fire. I needed to see what was going on out here first. Very important. You know what? I think I'm going to do a similar thing with some Van Dyke Brown here. Couple of spots, maybe even on the sail. There, found some of the seams. Boy, Grim, it would be fun if they gave us a little more room, right, on the bases, because then you could have entire units of whatever water skiing behind the ship, because I don't know. I'm pretty sure that goblins would do something like that. Wouldn't you say so, Grim? You would have a goblin. What they have? What, a Doom Diver? Yeah, they've got the Doom Diver in fantasy. Oh, do they ever have the Doom Diver? Because that was one of those that the very first game I got to play with the Tomb Kings in that tournament. On the first turn, the guy rolled like 12 straight sixes or whatever it was with the stupid Doom Diver. There was whatever it was, whatever was the priest or whatever it was that kept the whole army together. That died on the very first turn. So there's pretty much no point in playing the game at that stage. Yeah, I had of the 5 games, there was either 4 or 5 games. 3 of them didn't last as long as 1 game. It was just over because GW did such a terrible job of creating the army. It was fairly abysmal. And that's what turned us ultimately, well, I'd always been playing the Lord of the Rings stuff. Did turn us into bolt action players. Well, first Flames of War, then bolt action. But we've always kept up our Lord of the Rings stuff. Hey, Laminess. Teleport, it's not like inside vehicle. Yeah, that's oh gosh, wasn't there a Ray Stevens song there, Valendar? I think there was a Ray Stevens song about a squirrel that might have gotten to some unauthorized areas. We'll just call it that way. So, Laminus, I hope that you're doing good. I had an interesting, well, of course, unfortunately, it was sort of a waste of an overnight print, but I almost wish that I had taken, oh, that's right. I wish I had actually taken some pictures of it because it could have helped with sort of some lessons or for part of a little teaching video about having large objects and then some really short objects that also create a lot of suction on the FAP and other such things. Because, yeah, that it basically caused it caused the larger prints to fail because the suction that it created, because I redid that build plate, took away all the small stuff, and it seems like it is printed fine now. Wow, we're getting all kinds of, this is, 4 streams in a row now? We're getting the old-fashioned bots. Old-timey bots there. So yeah, I think it was the game after that or something like that. It was a dwarf player, of course, at least 1 anvil, all of the 12 organ guns. And I just said, well, this should take about a half an hour. Now, I was totally wrong. It took 22 minutes, that's the first time I've ever had a chance to eat at a tournament. I could eat food, I could just sit down and hang out. Of course, it made making the army completely worthless as far as playing goes, but I finally got to eat at a tournament. So you take the good with the bad. Now, what we are going to try and take is some of our lighter lights here into the fire. Let's light up the fire here a little bit. Let's light up this fire. So, Laminus, I hope that you're doing well. Is there anything in particular that you've been trying to print the last day or two? Let's dive into our lightest lights here on the fire. Did we make that the correct consistency? It looks like it. It looks like it because when I put this in here, it sticks. Yeah, so we were able to get the right consistency. So see the difference that makes? See the difference there? Hey, Crazy Wolf, how you doing? Nice to see you. Again, I couldn't really tell you what's gonna be happening on Thursday or Friday or even Saturday. There's it could be some Heck, maybe, I don't know, Thursday might be that 72 mil sister of battle. Could be. Depends if we get that all prepped and ready to go. Of course, we already painted the... This is the Adepticon figure right here. There she is. And that is from Victoria Miniatures. Now, what I'm going to be doing for the Patreon page is I actually printed out a 72 mil version of this. So we'll paint this again, but in 72 mil. I thought that could be kind of an interesting lesson for folks. It might be a two-part video, not sure. It's kind of fun doing the multi-part videos because I don't have to rush quite so much. Actually, Lamines, I'm pretty sure that you told me back in the day that, yeah, you can leave those sit on there. You don't have to take them off right away. That's actually been really crucial for managing stuff like the Soraya Smoky Black as far as getting rid of the supports. So I do want to thank you for that. That is much appreciated. Because I honestly thought that you had to yank that thing off of there as soon as you could. Leaving it on there would have been a bad thing, so I appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to see if I can't get my... Nope, that's not the... I was like, wait a minute, that's not as light as I thought it was. Okay, and we'll get a little bit of our lighting right along here. Maybe sneak some onto the gun port like that. I guess it might reach down there. So Crazy Wolf, hopefully you had yourself a decent start to the week. And it's hard to believe that it's already Monday. I've pretty much lost track of what day it is, period. And as we get closer to Adepticon, that's going to happen more and more and more. Now, I did get a decent amount of light over there. Can you see this here? It looks like it can. And then where's our... Yeah, we're going to have to do the same... Whoops, there we go. The same effect we did here. We'll have to do that on our tiny little ships there. Lamines, well, I guess it didn't get cold. So far, there's only been one time where I forgot to turn the little space heater up. I mean, it wasn't like that was a bad thing. It's almost probably better with it on continuously than off, but at least as far as the printing process goes. I think I'm going to try and get just a bit more my light over there. All right, now I'm going to maybe let this have just a little while to set there. Again, these are our own homemade fluorescents. So Crazy Wolf is able to do some biking there. Well, that's fantastic, Crazy Wolf, that you were able to get out and do that. I'm sure that must have felt really good to be able to do that. Here, this is light. We know we need that to just be lighter anyways. Here, this I guess it's something like a mirror, maybe to focus the fire or something. And just like we did on the other. Now we'll start to move this around and start to establish all of the lighting aspects here. This seems really, really light. This is, if you were to say like a 1 to 10 value scale, something like that, gosh, it's maybe a 4 at the least. Could be as dark as a 5. It's all relative. Part of it is that the oils are really, really, really fantastic. about establishing your just the most fantastic darks. I mean, just incredible darks. I'm glad that it worked out good. There's Green Fairy. That can happen sometimes. We just somehow it gets to be a little bit more soupy, like a marsupial. But you can just sometimes letting it sit on the palette for a little bit before you use it. Some of that, especially if you got, well, something like this parchment palette that's a little more absorbent or whatever. All of a sudden you find that maybe it's not quite so soupy anymore. Or a marsupial. Hey Alexander, how you doing? I also hope that you had yourself a decent Monday, because not quite sure. Unless you have the day off, probably not going to be a happy Monday. A day off on a Monday, probably going to be a happy one. And Alexander, I hope that the painting stuff has been going well. I know that sometimes folks have questions for us, and so we try to answer them as best as we can, and then hope that they're able to transfer some of those suggestions slash solutions into action. Okay, going to start to maybe lighten up some of our, again, our fire here. Looks like I don't want to go too far too fast, because I never did get some of the lighter orange that's over here. You had yourself a day off. Well, that's especially fun. Oh, easy. Oh, sorry, oh, this stuff from Cowertech. Green Fairy, was that the big, gigantic, where you had to get tons of that stuff? Right? You couldn't just get a little bit. It was go big or go home for the proverbial expression. And just trying to, in some ways, sketch out the object source lighting here. We want to get to that before we start messing around with other things, right? Because we don't want to superimpose this over a whole bunch of stuff that we've already painted. I mean, what's the point in doing that? Really, we don't want to waste a whole bunch of time painting things that ultimately just are going to get painted over. That's right, the 200 samples. Super lazy, that will depend entirely on, of course, the base size. So if it's a Sigmar army, maybe you don't get as many because you got the oval bases, and you've got, well, standard even infantry is 32 mil, I believe, for Sigmar. 40K, you're going to have larger bases there too. Now, of course, you don't have to use tons of Scopy. Where's, okay, so you have something like this, where obviously that's mostly Scopy right there, but we also have some smaller ones. See right there, that's not as much Scopy because just the base itself is smaller. It's more on a raised surface. Let me see if I can find another one here. Okay, there's not so much. And of course, I think here we go. If you're doing the broken tile floors, well, look at this. That's just a piece that was technically kind of not usable somewhere else. And we were able to kind of extend the life of that. We always save all of our chunks. I say that in every single video. Here's another example of that again. Again, these are pieces that really wouldn't have worked for a base on their own, but instead of having to do more of the Scopy, I just said, I'm taking these extra pieces and I'm just going to throw them out there. So that, again, is another way of making it last a little bit more. So glad that you had yourself that day off. I'm sure that must have felt really good. We really need to hit this under here with some light. And again, it's all about the consistency. Thin over thick and vice versa. And you can see that that sticks there, despite the fact that we've got some really wet oil paint there. Again, it's all about that consistency. Hit some more of our light there. Like so. Down here. Now, whether or not we're going to hit the water with some of this light stuff, I don't know. Don't know. Don't have to decide right now either. Don't need to make that call right away. Get more of our light getting out here onto the sides of the hull from our wee little bit of object source lighting. Yeah, we'll let all that stuff just kind of mix together like so. So yeah, we've got, again, that miniature from, okay, I don't remember who the 3D, I'll have to find out who actually makes that. That was the 75 mil Sister of Battle. And I thought maybe that one we paint up in our same Sister of Battle scheme, with the greens, with the golds, something like that. Ooh, why don't we, nah, that might be a little too much light there. And then, of course, we have to think that this might be blocking some of the light from reaching its way down towards the bottom of that sail. Keep catching some of our light here, here. Then we have to figure out what do we want to do on the other side of that. First, some dark, because we didn't really do too much there. You must have dark to show light. It's also got some of the perline black, which is that really dark green in it. Okay, that's better. Now let's get some of the waves here. Let's do that. Guess we'll start out with mostly turquoise, a little bit of the white here. And then I have to think, maybe it's going to be hitting the waves like this one did. So this was the first Salamander ship that we did, and of course we got the crazy water element or fire elemental here that realizes that maybe they thought he was a water elemental, and they stuck him out at sea, and he's none too happy about that. He is not happy about that development at all, it looks like. So this is pretty wild. This is actually the first of the tiny ships that we've done where there's always two to a stand. It's like a little squadron or something like that. And again, I wish that the bases of these things were larger because we could do even more stuff with the water and everything else, but is what it is. And of course, that water is sculpted on. It's just a piece of MDF. It is completely flat. We sculpted that on there with the heavy gloss gel. The same stuff we use for fire, for ice, for water effects, all of it. Hey, Dave. So Dave, they've given next to no information about that. There's pretty much no information. I guess that's been part of the strategy. There's really been no information about that that's really even worth it. There's been some hints that well, have maybe said, okay, maybe not is going to be as catastrophic as you think. And then there's other stuff that makes you go, I don't know. At this point, I'm actually more interested in the War of the Rohirrim animated show or animated movie than I am in the series at this point. Okay, where did that one brush go that I was using? Where did you go? There you are. So we don't need it for the fluorescent stuff anymore. We'll just do this. And I'm just going to try and dry brush on some of our green, some of our cooler colors here. Green Fairy, I know sometimes doesn't they'll send you'll look at one and it'll say, oh, goblins must have stolen something or whatever, and they throw like you say some little card in there that says, oh, you're supposed to get this, or there was a misprint or something like that. I don't. I'd have to look at the Salamander cards again. I don't think I actually have all of them out here. Plus, there's also there's a whole nother box that I actually haven't opened up yet. I just realized there's a third box that I still have to open and get to. So here, I'm just going to hit the back, yeah, something like that. See if we can get some lights on here eventually that are not going to be the object source lighting color. Let's see. Oh, they didn't. Okay. Yeah, what's it called? Armada Fanatics, I think. Is that what that's called? That particular Facebook group. And I do now have a set of pictures that have initial pictures here of the elf ships. They're still not obviously all done, so that's not the complete fleet. But that was the first little group shot that I did with the elves there. And of course, I still have to hunt around, see if I can find more gameplay videos of Armada, especially maybe some of the more advanced things, some of the shore rules, and using the, what would you say, the actual wind rules or the more advanced wind rules instead of just the using it for initiative only. Okay, here, let's get a little more of the wake right up on the hull of that ship right there. When they're side by side like this, that again sort of changes those hydrodynamics a little bit. Oh, and thanks Green Fairy Studios. We could use a little bit of this right now, actually, just for the voice, of course. I mean, it's just medicine. That's all it is. So yeah, I was just telling folks earlier, much earlier on, that you can do boarding actions in this game, but if your opponent is like elves, that could be difficult because they can be sneaky little hobbitses and get away because they're elves, which could can make them sneaky little hobbitses. You think you got them in your sights and they do an evasion or something like that, and next thing you know, you have not successfully boarded them. I think that's how it works. Deuce, I mean, well, where's our 1,000 suns? It's no big deal. It has all the same, especially here because it's surrounded by blue, right? It would just be gold. It's like all the other gold that we would do. Some parts of it are gonna well, here, I mean, this also gold, except we got the green robes next to it for the most part, and the green on the base, so you have a lot of reflections there. So gold, all it's gonna do is reflect its surroundings. So whatever's around it, that's what's if you have a lot of green or red or whatever, around that gold. Just remember the hoplite that we painted. That must have been either Thursday or Friday. Where did he go? Here he is. So you can see we've got green on the bottom part there because it's sort of reflecting the ground. Then you've got more of the kind of yellowish orange, and then here you got the red, right, because it's reflecting the cloak on the shield. So all gold is ever going to do is reflect what's around it. There might be some areas that have some yellow to it, but otherwise it's going to need more than just the yellow, won't it? Let's bring some of this further up here. Now, of course, those areas are going to be much tighter quarters, so it could be, you know, a little tricky, but it's pretty well painting the little ships for the first time. And again, maybe we'll, I don't know, those are tiny little buggers there, but maybe we do our Phoenix freehand on those. I was looking for one of my Empire of Dust mid-sized ships, but could not see it. I have a feeling that all the stuff that I was moving around yesterday to try and reorganize things may have reorganized that out of existence, because that happens pretty much every single time. Here you can see we've gotten some of our lighter green on the hull. Not too much up there, though. Not too much up there. Well, again, with your golds, depending on how close it is to either the black or the white stuff, you'll probably be having to do a lot of different grays on that gold. You might want to have some that are more violet gray. Some gray, maybe that's got a little bit more of a greenish tint to it. But you want to have plenty of variety. And it really wouldn't matter even if it's true metallic metals. Here, how much further up do I want to go with this green? It's weird because we got the shadow of that, but then we also have the, well, basically the light coming from below. Now here I'm actually going to take some of my primer here. We're gonna hit the line that goes along the side of the hull because that's just going to be a good indication of the water. How light or dark does that need to be? And I'm just going to see if I can actually get some of this primer out of here without it getting all over the place. 1 second here. Of course, I don't have any of my... I used to have a bunch of pins here, which... there's one, finally. Which, trying not to drop that on the floor. Okay, let's see if that works. There we go. Just along this, that's gonna help. Can't really tell how dark the darks in the water are unless I do this, so... And then we'll do this with our other ship, our larger one. There he is. I think we can maybe get back into this and do some of the stuff along the starboard and port side. So some 1970s chrome finish. Oh yeah, the old Warhammer logo. They don't really, they don't use that anymore, do they? Seemed like they stuck with that for quite a while. Probably longer than I thought they would. Now, better just realize I better clean out that brush because that's got acrylic primer in it, so that's not gonna do so well if I just leave that in there. I'm going to try some of the brown matter. We'll mix that with our green right here. Maybe a little more of it. Something like this, almost kind of a skin tone there. And by the way, we've only been doing this for 1 hour and 44 minutes. So painting all these little ships here with a full-on object source lighting, all that kind of stuff. Again, it does not have to take hours and hours and hours. Hey, Rooster Rhythm, nice to see you again. Hope that your Monday was okay, or potentially fantastic. It doesn't have to not be great. It could be. Okay, that's more than. We'll maybe hit the bit more, even a more neutral lighting there. That's some white mixed with that same brown matter. We'll get that on some parts of the deck here. We'll have to get some, I think, some more lights on the howitzers slash mortars here. Can you see that? Sorry, I just have to kind of hold it at a certain angle here, so maybe you won't be able to see it. I need to be able to get that brush down in there. And I mean, sometimes some of these shapes, they're just random shapes or whatever, right? Nothing super fancy about them. See if I can find a couple of lighter highlights now. Get on the barrels here. It's a metal surface, so we try to make those a little more glinty. We do have a little bit, what looks like potentially some little bits of metal trim right there. Maybe, maybe not. And back to some more of that. Now again, that's not going to catch any of our firelight there because it's all pretty well blocked by the sail. And if anything, it would create a shadow there. A little bit of light right there. We'll have to decide how much reflected light do we want down here, right at the where the wave is hitting the hull. So Rooster Rhythm. Hopefully your week got off to a good start. We'll continue to lighten this. Looks like we need, oh yeah, we need to get some of this on the gun barrels here. Down the trim that we see there. Something like that. We need to lighten this up right along the edge here. Now, I guess I would suggest that folks go back and check out the Saturday. Was it a 9-hour stream? And it was it was about 8 hours 40 minutes. And we painted the Etten. That was one heck of a challenge there. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with starting the week by spreading the love for oil paints and the Linseed Brotherhood, of course. And Grim's got the Discord area set up there so folks can ask questions. You can show off stuff that you've painted with the oils. I try to post things there when I can. Instagram is really my primary social media thing, and Facebook. So when I can, I try to remember to post things there. I'll just lighten up the front part of the deck there as it gets closer to the bow. Hey, Azrael, how you doing? Nice to see you too. So yeah, Grim was kind enough to set up that Discord area there. So again, you can sort of show off some of the stuff you've done. You can ask folks what they think about it. And of course, Grim's got his YouTube channel with some of those kind of more beginning and oils type vids. And of course, Grim also streams, so be sure to give Grim a follow. So Azrael had a very costly victory there. Won the tournament, lost a foot, it looks like. So Azrael, I guess that's a worthy sacrifice. A worthy sacrifice. Well, congrats on winning the tournament. I guess which army did you have, and what was it, a tight battle all the way to the top table? I guess did you have some favorable matchups along the way? Because sometimes you get matchups that there's almost no way you can win, whether it's what you're playing against, the terrain, the scenario, whatever. There are times where there's almost nothing you can do. So just like Super Lazy says, sacrifices must be made. You want to win that tournament there, and if it means sacrificing a few body parts along the way, well, then you just do that. Then you just do that. So, and the foot, well, was it swelled up to the point where they could just, they could practically see it under the table there, and said, "Oh man, I better not make this individual angry at me." So did they convert all of their sixes into ones, just so that they would be able to leave the table in one piece? And yeah, I can just standing on a broken foot probably is not the most enjoyable experience that you can dream up. Just probably throwing that out there. I don't know how much lighter we really want to go on things like the sail here. But again, what are we trying to do? We're trying to continue here with our Salamander Fleet. So this is the big King Kong ship right here. And you can see it's a little bit smaller ship, but the concept is exactly the same. And speaking of small, we can go even smaller than that, right? I didn't think it was too bad. Well, yeah, that I can see that. Now, just like, well, we're gonna make this thing happen one way or another. Something's gonna happen. It will end gloriously, or just end in humiliation, but also not having to worry about it anymore. Now, I'm thinking I might want to get just a little bit of lighter coat that's also cooler than all of the firelight here that's on the other side. Something like that. Do some more of our light here along this edge, same way. Now I'm going to go back to this, back up a little bit from the super light color there. Okay, now we have to start thinking about these gun barrels. I might still have to do a pin line or something like that in some areas on that boat. Yeah, that's the proverbial "here be dragons" meme right there. Yeah, you'll have to get that picture and make a meme out of it. And that's all the new Stormcast dragons. What was it, last month or the month before? Something like that is when all those, maybe it was a couple of months ago, those things came out. I think, yep, I think we're all caught up there on the chat. Again, let's do a quickie little film noir on this, and you'll be able to see, especially now that we've started to add some of the lights to the regular part of the ship. Oh, wait a minute. Again, it's the color temperature, the color intensity. That's what's creating our contrast there. Now, I guess are there there's what, a couple of different types then? Because I only remember seeing them when they first came out, and some people had posted painted ones on Instagram, and then hadn't seen too much of them since then. Okay, that's, yeah, we'll just maybe leave it at that. Maybe not too much lighter there when it comes to the highlights on the sails. I might just a little bit of light get there, and I also think I need to hit the bow here again with some more of this. The white, might have to throw some more white out here on the palette period. Yeah, green fairy, that's whenever you're doing the object source lighting, especially those film noirs, they really, as we like to say, they have value. Because, boy, you really, really, really get to see the impact of those different types of contrast. And here you got some metal too, so there's also a little bit of the edge contrast that's happening. That's another thing. I'm going to try and churn up this water in the wake a little bit, like so. Let's see, there's two big name dragons, but the smaller ones, that seems to be the ones getting all the action. Here, that's it. There we go, bit more. What are we doing? And let's get some more of our light out here too. And if I feel the need, I can always go back in again and maybe some darks or whatever and tighten up some lines. But you could see it when we did that film noir, right? Why we work on all the different areas at the same time. Because can you imagine if all you did was this and nothing else, or if all you did was this and no source lighting there, you would probably be inclined to paint a whole bunch of stuff over here that maybe wouldn't be there, or that you would just have to paint over. And you probably wouldn't be able to set up all the nice shadows here that make that look so much lighter. So I keep thinking of the old dragon ogres. That's it. Yes, dragon ogres. And what was a Koleth Sun Eater? That was like the big honkin' dragon ogre guy. I wonder if all that stuff that will be when the old Warhammer gets brought back again. If you'll have a more usable version, maybe of the Koleth Sun Eater and the dragon ogres. Back to a little more of our, like down here on the water. And then we need something on those waves. It's not quite so intense. Let's just take a little bit of the Prussian blue into this. But we need waves that are not, that don't match this, right? This is just the regular waves that it's cutting through. Like so. And then we gotta go back to the little one, our little baby ship there. Well, ships, and then see, do we need to really reflect any of this down here again, like we did on the big ship? Might still have to do that. I think it's time for some darks here, though. Let's do that. A little bit of our Van Dyke brown, maybe a bit more thinner into this too. Here we go. Yeah, that's it. We needed to sharpen up the edge on that just a smidge. Don't really want to get the sails too light here. Get maybe something that's just more along the lines of a pin line wash in some places. Let's see, Beast of Chaos. Now, I guess what size, because obviously it would be an oval base. Would that be a 90 by 50 something oval base that Dragon Ogres would go on? Or would it be a 120 by 90? I know there's a million different base sizes now for Sigmar. I think the Dragon Ogres went on 50s back in the old days, 50 millimeter square bases, perhaps. Like I said, been a while since I've seen those guys in action. Let's see. Well, Deuce have wine will party, that's for sure. Nothing wrong with some tasty beverages. Again, it's just medicine, right? It's just medicine. That's all it is. So a 90 by 52, okay. Which is interesting because I just got a bunch of MDF ones. There's some, is that what the Griffin Riders go on, Asriel? Because I have some of the Highland Miniatures Griffin Riders. And I was trying to figure out what base the Sigmar ones go on. I was just assuming that that's probably where we would find it, is on a 90 by 52. Now I might, yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to actually, good. Take some of my orange here. Start dropping that onto the flame part. Then we have to get to actually the lightest light. We haven't done our lightest light flame yet. Because that's it, yeah, a little dark right there next to that. So we'll come back with some of our super, super light flame color. That'll be mostly just brilliant yellow pale mixed with the fluorescent yellow, I think. Then again, I gotta figure out how much, if we're gonna do anything like this out here, how much do we actually do? Maybe just a little hint like that. Not too much of it, just a smidge right there. Carry that back a little more. Carry that further up. And now let's do, I was just about to do the firelight there, but that's not what we would want there because I'm not even sure how much firelight those would see. So Armored Wolf has packed up 13 different orders, and of course that means it's time for everybody to order more. Again, the replica nature grass tufts, flower tufts, the snow effects, right? The crushed glass snow. Everyone needs to head on over to Armored Wolf's Etsy page and just keep buying tons of that. Buy it by the dozen. Armored Wolf will never ever get to sleep again. And again, well, it's I know in Europe already it's March 1st, but this will be the first episode that's posted in March right here. So we'll be posting this one tomorrow again. This is the series Army Painting Series 30 Episode 2. That's the color test figure with all of the sky, earth, non-metallics going on. So just like Armored Wolf says, there is no sleep in Wappelville. Didn't get any last night, probably won't be getting any tonight either, since, well, we'll probably be filming a video and also trying to do more with printing. So we have a lot to do after the stream, that's for sure. Oh, look at how much lighter I can still, and that's just the orange. Now, of course, that's deceptive in some ways. Believe it or not, that some of the lightness there is only caused by the intensity of the color. So when you see something like, say, the cadmium scarlet, even though it might even be almost darker than the color it's next to, it appears lighter just to the eye. It's this little trick of the eye. It actually appears lighter just because of the intensity of it, which is a really wild thing when you think about it. Oh, so you got plate 2 of 4, so that's going to be quite the monstrosity, will it not, Luminous? That's going to be one heck of a monstrosity there. Now, again, I don't think the camera boom that I've got that I'm desperately going to try and set up in the other area, I don't think that's going to be for streaming. It'll probably just be for recording stuff. Wow, this is already almost starting to set over here. Good thing it's also thicker because, see how that sticks right there and see how that gets lighter now? Yeah, Laminus right now trying to get some of the Adepticon stuff printed out. Some of the stuff for the classes. Now look at that. Look at that. See how much lighter that is. And 2 of the plates are for the base. I know that some of the arch villain stuff kind of works that way, where I think the Troll King, at least 2 of the plates were just the base itself. Let's stick this much lighter yellow right down there. See how that really intensifies that fire effect. Boom, some of it right there. Green Fairy, oh gosh, you remember, I think you saw the one session where we were painting that Loot Studios, well, basically Galadriel figure with all of the, the skin tones and the translucent cloth, well, and also I guess the freehand too. That was actually the figure that I thought would be perfect for the oil painting class because, well, there wouldn't be a whole bunch of colors, so you wouldn't be fighting an entire full palette of colors. You could really focus more on just the paint themselves. The other thing I realized that I might just have folks do is that I might have them mix a couple little color chart type things. So instead of just immediately slapping oil paint on a miniature, I think because it's a 4-hour class, I believe, since it's 4 hours, I think that's what I want folks to do is at least mix a little bit of paint together, maybe on some illustration boards or something. I'll get some of our light on the back of the hull here. Same there. Let's see, I think, oh yeah, and there we go, set. And please also, in addition to all the basing stuff, Armored Wolf, of course, does the dice bags, all those really amazing things. So for sure, go check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page for the tufts, for the snow effect, and of course, for all the neat leather stuff as well. And what I was probably going to do is, well, I tried to film a video, basically, kind of what the class miniature is about, just in case my voice, something happens to my voice, at least you could have the episode to watch, and you could just kind of watch the video of it. Let's see if I can't just sneak in a little more light here on the sail. I don't want to do too much. That is seriously quite the dry brush. Now it's almost like a blending brush right there. Yeah, Green Fairy, it seems to me that is one way to get folks to really focus on this notion of the oils are just not like the acrylics. There's a different consistency to them, and well, no better way to kind of get a little bit of taste of mixing the paints without having to get all afraid that it's on a miniature. So I thought that's the other thing too, is that maybe they won't be quite so anxious to be working on the miniature itself when they've already had a chance to have maybe done a little bit of mixing of the paint in advance. Let's bring up a little more here, there, something like that. So these little pesky guys here, they've been a little more interesting than I thought they were going to be. Now the other ones, I mean, it's not like they're born. Well, these would be interesting because they would have the phoenixes on them, of course. That certainly would make those guys interesting. Do I need to go any lighter with my water here? I think I might just have to. Yeah, here I'm going to get some of this out of the brush there. So it would also be kind of a sneaky, cheeky way of getting folks to do some skin tone. You'll be seeing an awful lot of Terra Rosa, brilliant yellow pale, the white. Probably a little bit of the fanchon red working its way in there, and probably some indigo. But yeah, might only be 5 or 6 colors, just to keep things simple. And that just about takes care of that. Now let's, I think there's still, yeah, there's some more areas here where I need to go with the lightest fire. Down in here, I think. Maybe the one ship is in the way now. The mortar's actually getting in my way of trying to reach down in there. Don't know how much more of the firelight highlight color I want along the edge of these. I'm just going to guess that these are some kind of mirrors to intensify, reflect the flame or whatever. Of course, being right next to those mortars, that could be a little bit of danger if there's some gunpowder in there. Nah, what the heck? I'll just let that get a little later too. Down there, just almost to simplifying that a little bit. So these tiny little ships, again, part of the Salamander Fleet. It'll be pretty hilarious to see them next to the really big ship. I think it's the only, I don't know if that one qualifies as large or as the super large or whatever. This should be really entertaining. It's barely the size of the Elemental. So see, this is interesting little comparison and ship size right there. So this should be fun to see next to each other. Yeah, Green Fairy, I will most likely put a bunch of, well, we have to, the magnets are no problem. I've got to get a sheet of metal. That's the thing I have to do, is actually order some sheets of metal so that we can magnetize all the ships to that, and we'll have some kind of a box that we'll have to bring them in. You know what? Yeah, here, let's grab some of the phthalo green, some of the green radiant, and let's start to do a little bit of reflect. That's a little too light. So I don't want to kill the potential shadow there. Just like over here, I think we did it on this side, didn't really do very much of it on the starboard side of this ship. So yeah, we'll be the plan anyway is to bring these to Adepticon. And now I don't know how many Mantic will have in the booth, but hopefully they have a few of them at least in the booth. There's been more than one occasion where I thought things would be displayed somewhere and it turned out to not be the case. So I cannot promise 100%, because sometimes maybe the personnel that are there don't quite get the word, and maybe it's a different group of people from the ones that said, yeah, that would be a great idea. All right, Grim, you have a good one. Grim, if on the way out you wanted to toss your YouTube channel link into the chat there so people can follow or find that, and of course give Grim a follow because Grim also streams the oil painting, so you'll want to go check that out. And again, also too, there's basically the Linseed Brotherhood Discord that you can go and again ask questions about the oils, all the good stuff. There, and a little more here of the orange. Yeah, less with the yellow, more with the orange. So Grim, you have a good one. You have yourself a good one. And I won't say anything about when your next stream will be because, as we know, we have the power to curse that and make that not happen. So we won't say anything this time. It seems to have worked for Valfera. Hey, Paintwater, how you doing? Actually, Paintwater, if you wanted to toss, speaking of Instagram links there, if you wanted to toss your Instagram link into the chat with what you were working on. You know what? You know what? I'm going to just do this here. That's some of our Egyptian violet, some of the Fanchon red. And I'm just going to darken the end of the flat a little bit more. Not too much, just a little. Also tone that down a bit. There we go. That was a little too much light, too far away from the sails. This is another area. We're going to maybe, yeah, we'll take some of that light away. Now, let's go back over here. Still need to do some stuff on the stern. I think we got some of the darker colors in there, but let's try it again. Maybe even with a little bit of the perline black in there. That's super dark green. Yeah, paint water. I saw you doing those, and I said, oh man, because I used those. I printed them out smaller, and then used them as Army of the Dead. I think I might have printed them out maybe 7%. No, actually, maybe more than 7% smaller, because Highland Miniature stuff is a little bit large, right? Because that's well, actually, maybe that is more. Well, I think that might be slightly larger than Sigmar scale. I don't know. It's probably about Sigmar scale. I keep forgetting how big Sigmar scale is. In fact, that probably is just Sigmar scale. There's some really neat colors on those paint water. So yeah, you'll have to definitely post those into the chat. Because it was either last night or this morning, I think, is when I saw them. There we go. So everybody go check those out. Again, those are from Highland Miniatures. What are those called? I think they're called the Undead Boyars or something like that, right? And I think he did a couple of, was that just 1 month, or did he do another also release with some more of those? Of course, you know what he's going to do. He's going to do cavalry, right? You know he's going to do a cavalry version of those. And, well, I guess that means I'm not going to do any more conversions. As much as I was going to just take, say, like Rohan horses or whatever, and do conversions of Army of the Dead, horses or something like that. I think we'll just let them make those for us. As much as we love doing the conversion stuff. All right, that's better. Just finished. I thought so. Sometimes I lose track of time, needless to say. You know what, I'll let some of that, again, that's that almost a bluish gray color work its way into here. Well, it's got the turquoise in there. A little bit of the green is on the brush here and there. Let those mix together. See if I can't shoot in a little bit more light there. But again, it can't be too light. Can't be too light. Yeah, paint water. I think I printed out some of the Griffin Riders, and then there's then there's the Cav. Now, have you printed out the steam tank yet? That's something that I think I'm just gonna wait for the large format printer to be ready and print that out. It's not like it's that gigantic. There's a lot of different pieces to it. And I'm pretty sure it would take at least 4 or 5 build plates to print out on the Sonic Mini 4K. I don't know anybody that's doing merpeople boats. There's several different entities that have done merfolk. Well, of course, there's the Artisan Guild merfolk, but oh gosh, wasn't White Wolf Tavern? Maybe it was some stuff from White Wolf Tavern, and might even be Lord of the Print. Either that or it's some of it's clay cyanide. But I know I was able to get some merfolk just off of my mini factory. Again, I'm going to have to kind of look those over again and see who it was that I actually got those from, because it's been long enough now that I've forgot. So everybody, please go check out the link that Paintwater posted, because those undead boars looked really good. I mean, I suppose I could do a supplementing your army series. Well, using the oils this time, because I think we just painted those on stream. I don't think I've done any videos on those. Just looking for a little smidge of reflected light here. Right there in the bow, again in the area that's pointed right towards where the water is here. I'm going to check out this. I think we did a little bit of a reflection on the sails too here. Yes, we did. A little bit of turquoise there. Nothing fancy, nothing too crazy, but we can just use this right here. Should be good enough. A little bit more of the Prussian blue on that brush, and all it's going to be is we'll just turn this kind of upside down. And essentially a dry brush. You could see, though, that the existing color is already mixing on there, so we gotta get some fresh paint here. We'll do the same thing. We'll just dry brush out over the edge of this here. Little bit of quickie dry brush out over the edge. And that's all it is, just to give this little hint there. So man, maybe it might go a little lighter with it. I don't know. All right. Oh, yeah, here we go. Let's maybe take some of the Prussian blue here, a little bit of the green. That sort of pale green, and we'll let that work into here. And I think, oh yeah, there's some other, oh, that's right. I printed out some, I don't know what they were. They were from perhaps 2 or 3 months ago, maybe. And I printed those out as Castalians. Yes, for Lord of the Rings. I've got some of those printed out, and I think we'll probably use the same, that indigo that we used here on the This is actually, I just put this video up on the Patreon page today. This was comparing the two different indigo colors. Now, Dano, thanks so much. It's kind of fun. First time I had a chance to paint some of these little guys here. So, first time painting some of the little ships. Just gonna try and see if I can bring out a little bit of an edge here. Part of it is this paint is set a bit more, and I think we'll be able to do this now. Yeah, if I tried doing this little edge right here, an hour ago even, I don't think it even sticks there at all. Timing is everything with the oils. You don't want to be hasty. Don't want to be a hasty hobbit. Now here, I'm also going to take a paper towel to this. And this is me just getting some of the paint out of the brush here. It's I'm not dipping that any kind of cleaner or whatever. I just realized that we need, I think, a little more light here out on the edge of the sail. And we'll just do that in sort of a semi-dry brush fashion, I think. This is mostly just the cadmium scarlet at this point. Yeah, mostly just the cadmium scarlet. We'll probably go a little touch in with the fluorescent orange here as well. Where are we at here? Yeah, let's just get some of that fluorescent orange there. And I need to hit the edge of this a little bit. And of course, again, that being a thinner paint, remember we just dry brushed on that bit of the Fanchon Red slash cadmium scarlet. Now this has a much more thinner in it, so it sticks. Thinner paint sticks over thicker paint and vice versa. Laminesso, I think I think we probably had that at 6 slots, right, for the 4-hour class. Now, of course, we're gonna be sneaky and cheeky, and we're turning the metals class into an oil class. So, boy, the people that are taking that are gonna be in for quite the surprise, because yeah, that's turning into an oil painting class. Which will make it interesting, but I figured, we have, I could maybe have some things like this for people to work on. I mean, that was really, really fun. I don't think we're going to go crazy with a million different interference colors. And I might also, too, try a few different, we have obviously the green stuff world, gold powders that we like, but I might also try and just find some on Amazon and see if those are acceptable. I'm sure it's probably 10 there, Lamines. It's one of the reasons why we're getting down to the printing of stuff now instead of later. Yeah, with oil paints, you can have a million colors without needing a million colors. That's the sweet thing about the oil paints. Boy, you can have all kinds of nifty stuff. Just like, even the thing with the Richardson paints, where, what were there, 6 colors or something like that? And we painted one thing that was essentially green, even though there was no green paint on the palette. We had to mix all of the green. So that was the case of we mixed, there was yellow blue number 1, yellow blue number 2, and then green blue, or no, sorry, yeah, blue yellow. Yeah, so instead of having green paint, we just kind of, oh, you know, let's get some darks in there. I just looked at that. We're going to take some Van Dyke brown, it looks like here. And once again, hit that with just some kind of a pinline wash there. And then this, we've got the brown matter, the Egyptian violet, a little bit of the Fanchon red. That got a little too light there. We'll cut down a bit on that. I think there's some other areas here, maybe even the black spinel and indigo, or black spinel perline black. Sharpening up a couple edges here. Oh, even these barrels, we need to get some darks on the inside of those. Let's see, looks like the Jack Richardson has a full range of colors on their site. Now, as far as the Richardson paints goes, I will say this, they are definitely much shinier than the Williamsburgs. They do not dry quickly at all. They take even longer to dry than your standard oil paint. And they will be shiny not only while you're working, but also after you are done. So you will have to hit those with some kind of varnish or whatever. So they're not really something I'm going to be working with too much anymore, because any sort of shininess on camera really just creates a lot of filming issues. Doesn't mean you can't use them. Doesn't mean you shouldn't use them. It just, for me, again, the parameters a little bit different. You know what? No. We'll have to lighten that a little bit here, I think. Let's see what we can do with this. That might be too much. Hopefully not. No, that's just about right, I think. There we go. Again, trying to reflect the wake of the ship here. I think I still have some white out here. This is also not thinned down really. I'm gonna see if I can't just capture the top crest of a few of the waves here. Something like that. Yeah, the waves sculpted with the heavy gloss gel, which I think I'm going to try and find some of that. Well, no, that's not something that really dries in time, does it? Well, I guess we'll just have some for working with the crushed glass snow. That pigment red 101 Deuce, it's interesting to see the different things that it's in, and yet the colors are so different, right? Terra Rosa's pigment red 101, so is burnt sienna. I mean, that's just it. Pigment red 101, nothing else. But those two colors could not be more different in appearance, consistency, opacity / translucency. It shows what happens when one paint is served raw and wriggling and the other one has been cooked or burned, in the case of burnt sienna. I knew we still needed to, yeah, we needed to catch a little light on the, looks like that part of the stern. Do the same right here. there too. So that looks, there we go. That's got a little more shape to it now. What have we here? I don't know. I thought I had gone into here with some of the darks to reinforce those shapes, but I don't know if I did. So I might have to just go do that. Now I'm going to come back into here with some darks. And some of these lines. It's not a full-on pin line wash, but it's pretty darn close. It's about 90 some odd % of the way to a pin line wash, but not quite there. It just gives you a little bit more control. And pin line wash, that's the thing that a lot of the vehicle painters, they'll do, well, around rivets and, well, around panel lines. I mean, well, that's it. I don't think we did too much on that, but again, here on this BT7, I think we did some of that too on the M1341, or the M1340, I think that, yeah. Because lots of little rivets there. Let's see. Dave, yeah, I haven't really seen any movies. Obviously, there's tons of fantastic documentaries out there. Yeah, there's a really amazing one. Actually, oh, it was the father and son team. That was, oh yeah, Battlefield Britain. That was it. They did a really fantastic one on the Spanish Armada. They even get down to the point where they are in ships and they're trying to tack against the wind like the Spanish had to. Yeah, they did a really fantastic job on those documentaries. So we're gonna just do a little bit of this warm gray right here. I think that was sort of in the early to mid 2000s maybe when Dan Snow and his dad were doing those Battlefield Britain documentaries. Then they did another, there's another set of documentaries where I know they did like a Vietnam War one. They did a Gulf War one. Oh, they did a Stalingrad one too. Maybe we'll go a little bit further back. Now, of course, there's nothing that makes you start thinking like that than the, here you go. We just went with the whole HMS Victory color scheme on all of the Basileans. That was as soon as I saw that, and of course, courtesy of Valfera, we do have it's a Revell kit. We do have HMS Victory. And what is it? It's a one. Oh, it's a 1/450 scale. Yeah, it's a 1/450 scale. To lighten up that, just a little bit of the brilliant yellow pale here on the mast. I think maybe we get a little bit more on the sails along the outer edge here. Just a little more along that outer edge. Because I was looking over here at this one, and we did actually hit that outer edge. So this was last week's Painting Armada episode, so you can go back and check that out. And you know, I think we're getting our ships to pretty closely match here. So what I would like to do is have a little more of my light right out here on that edge. Like so. Yeah. Same thing here. Not too late. The lighter this gets, the darker that's going to appear. So we don't want to do that. But I mean, we need something here just to make sure there's a little bit of a shape to this. It's an awful lot of crazy, weird little folds in the sails that I figure I just want to get some indication of that. And I think we need to get a little bit more of our lighter yellow around to the outside edge of that sail. It's mostly cadmium yellow at this point, and we'll just hit the edge of the sail right there. Not too much, just a bit. Same over here. Not quite as bright as what I've got going there, especially the further away we get from the light source. We don't want to have too much of the yellow. Generally prefer to have more of the orange as you get away from the light source. And I know sometimes folks will talk about, well, I want more of a yellowish candlelight. Well, I mean, candles are fire, so you would definitely still have to have a fair amount of orange there. I mean, when people are describing distant fires or something like that, they say the orange glow. They don't really say too much about yellow glow. I'm just trying to unify each of those a little bit. There was too much of the yellow, at least a bright yellow there. Now you're gonna actually use a little bit of cooler color here. The idea again is to put a shadow there. Now here, I'm gonna just see if I can't get something really dark in there. Maybe the Van Dyke brown mixed with the indigo, something like that. All of the sails do have this chunk of resin in between the sail and the mast. It's kind of how they all work. Wish that wasn't necessarily the case, but whatever. So the front of the mast, this is basically the color that they are. We thought we would go with a darker color. And also, we've got some of the blue reflected on the sail too. I just thought that provides a little handy method for getting the object source light on there. Now here, well, these guys here, we're going to try and do some more of the... See if we can't get a little more of the orange out here. Potentially, yeah, that was like a little too yellowish. Here, let's make this more of an orange. Oh, actually, Deuce, it's you know, I was saying the other day I lost track of the Sauron miniature. Well, I found the Sauron miniature. So I guess, well, we would maybe do a painted diorama, but removable. So instead of like this, where you can't really necessarily remove it, there I think we'll do that where it's more removable. There's also Elendil and Isildur, right? I think I've got the whole set, so maybe we'll have to do a. I think it'll be fun to do a painted backdrop with either, Barad-dûr in the background, or just all of your armies clashing with each other in the background. that last alliance feel. So yeah, it just when you show the allegiance there to Mordor, I thought, wait a minute, what did I just find? There's something about Mordor, and then I realized, yep, that's because I actually found this Sauron miniature, which I probably, as I was reorganizing, then immediately re-lost it again. Found and then re-lost in a matter of seconds, I'm sure. Couldn't even tell. Oh, actually, no, I think I do know where it is now. For now, I'm sure it won't be that case for very long. And let's get a little bit more of our orange into there. Just a little hint of that there. I know it's like, wait, what's missing there? This stuff. Do we simplify it first and then come back in? I'm going to simplify it here a bit. Let's see if I can come back into this with something that is lighter but also more neutral. I think I went in with something that was just way too much greenish color. Doji, how you doing? Nice to see you again. I hope that your Monday was good, and well, now it's a Tuesday morning for you. And this is the first time we've done one of the tiny little stands. So it's pretty wild here, doing one of the really small little stands of ships. I actually have a couple of Empire Dust small stands ready to go, and I think the elf one, that's right. Yeah, we have the elves that are actually ready to go. Well, one of those. Anyway, I don't think we have both quite ready to paint. And here's our other one. So again, continuing the Salamander ships. And when we did, I actually got the first set of pictures of the elf ships that we've done so far. So yeah, that's this little guy right here would be part of the elf fleet. Now, I'm glad that you're doing fine there, Doji. You know what? Gonna take a little bit of the Egyptian violet that's mixed with some of our red already. Let's see if I can't fire up a couple of more darks here. For one thing, to sharpen up a few edges. But then I almost have to go back in here and then find some lights again. So we'll probably go with this way here. Maybe the chamomile, a little bit of the fluorescent yellow. It's going to go right there. So Doshi, hopefully, I'm guessing you probably didn't have a chance to do much painting today, being a Monday. There's a couple of interesting things that if I can potentially prep it for either Friday or maybe even Saturday. I don't know. That's a long ways from now. We're just gonna try and get through tonight. And then tomorrow, because, well, now that Adepticon is in full swing, I never quite know what I'll have to be doing from one moment to the next. All right, so there, I might just go back in there with some of the darks here. Yeah, we'll take the dark red, and we'll just tighten up some of this. It's, again, not a pin line wash. It's thin, just not quite that thin. think we'll just leave it there. Not going to mess with those anymore, so we'll go back to this ship over here, and we got these mortars where I think I still need to reinforce. Oh yeah, I definitely need to reinforce some of the dark side. These, holy smokes. We got plenty of light on them, but not quite enough of the dark. Let's see. Deuce has been telling themselves that since 8 a.m. this morning. Doji was able to paint awesome your Takuri team a little bit. With the never-ending edge highlights, it looks like. All right, oh yeah, that's right. We'll come back into this. Nah, I need more, something more neutral, something like this. Oh, it's got a little smidge of the green on it. These gigantic planks on the side of the ship. I don't want to emphasize those too much. Because they are gigantic. They are really, really huge. I mean, at this scale, those could be 10 feet wide, each of those planks. I can never quite remember. I think it's either 1/300 or 1/350 scale that they do these, because it is originally based on the Black Seas game by Warlord. You can actually use some of the Warlord ships for Black Seas in this game. I guess they would just be sort of generic humans or whatever. Probably would not have any sort of magical abilities or anything like that. So Armada and Black Seas are 1/600. That's an interesting scale. I guess, but I've seen so many, well, I have so many 1/700 scale kits of various ships. I don't think I've ever seen a 1/600 scale. I've seen the 350, seen the 300, I guess. Well, now I've even seen the 450. But I don't know if I've ever seen just, well, model kits anyways of a 600, 1/600 scale. So they're usable as Kingdoms of Men. No, so they do get some spells. Okay, I wasn't sure if they got any spells. Looks like they do. Going to mix the turquoise. Yeah, we'll mix the turquoise with the little bit of the phthalo green here. This is that semi sort of reflection of all the water on the very bottom of the sails here. And I don't want that to be too pronounced. Can always bring out other ship just to make sure we're kind of keeping that in line. Also the Spanish fleet for the for Black Seas too. So yeah, I think I'm looking at the, yeah, that's about the same amount of light then. Okay, that's good. That's actually, is Bithron? I don't think we've seen Bithron in the chat, have we? Because boy, Bithron has certainly done an awful lot of the BattleTech stuff. Well, I try and catch a little light of that. Yeah, I'll try and catch a tiny bit of that. And the same down here. Let's see what happens when we go a little later here. Again, thinking reflected light from the water onto the hull. Nice and easy here. Something like that. What's interesting, actually, Green Fairy Studios, I was wondering if Warlord sold the rigging, almost, I don't want to say transfer sheets, but I think you know what I mean, the rigging, the way they've got it, your lines, right? Your spider lines going up the mast there. I was wondering if they had those, because maybe could you use them here? Could you use those on these ships, or do they not sell those separately? Now, I'm guessing that those aren't terribly shiny, right? The rigging things. I mean, I suppose if they are, you could just hit them with dull coat, but something tells me they're probably not super shiny just to begin with. You know what? I'm going to see if I can't. A little bit lighter down there. A smidge more over here. Okay, let me see if I can't. Let me see if I can't get a little of that same sort of turquoise color here onto the bow. Now up here, actually gonna throw some of that too. We got an awful lot of the sort of reddish brown there. I just want to get a little different feel to that. And smidge of light here on the inside of that sail. It's fairly dark. Well, it's not super, just that it's dark. There's just no variance, and I'm just going to try and get a little bit of variance in there. Well, you can see how that darker color mixed into it. Yeah, there's yeah, the gunnels on these boats are certainly very, very widely different than those Black Sea ships. Now, I've actually never, oh gosh, I think very briefly years ago, I might have seen a couple, like the starter set Black Sea ships. That's, of course, then everything was halted, and I never saw any of that stuff again. Here, just throw a little bit of the darker. Yeah, let's do some of that. Do some more here. Oaken Iron. You know what? Actually, oh gosh, why does that sound familiar? Green Fairy Studios. Didn't I paint some pirates for their Kickstarter or something like that? Or was that Blood and Plunder? You kind of get those mixed up after a while, don't you? So they are 1/700 scale. What's really Green Fairy Studios is the tiny little 1/700 scale sailors that I had looked for for things like West Virginia, the different 1/700 scale ships that I've got. Oh my God, that would be, they're so tiny, and which is hilarious because the Cruel Seas, which is 1/300 or 1/350 scale, those guys are pretty darn small. Honestly, I'll find design a 3D print to make those riggings out of yarn. Holy smokes, that's pretty intense. It does add a lot though, and I know I've people have said, you know, that play the game or have done the ships or whatever, They say it really does make a difference actually having the rigging. Now I want to see if I'm going to throw some of the dark down there. I'm not sure if I really need it, but what the heck. I'll darken this down too. Right up there on that edge. What about this? Yeah, something like that. And then here we added the light. And now I'm actually going to come back in with a little bit of my dark here. Like so. So again, if I can swing it, there's a could be a surprise for Friday or Saturday. Maybe it might be Saturday. I don't know. But just a little something could be interesting. I will keep it a secret. I won't let anybody. Usually, I kind of let people know, or at least have an idea of what things I might be painting in future sessions. Sometimes it's really, really, really obvious what I'll be painting in a future session, because it's something that I've been showing in streams for the course of several days. Yeah, well, I just wonder, would the yarn be like me trying to do decals? If doing the rigging is like doing decals, then that might be a no-go zone, because that just that makes me absolutely insane. Which is why we just basically freehand that stuff on, cause it's easier for me just to freehand that stuff on there. All right, well, little dark edge right here. Again, this, if I had done that a few hours ago, wouldn't even stick. Would not even stick at all. And it's relatively thin, I have to say, but paint that's already there, it has, I don't want to say it's dry, but it has definitely started to set a little bit. Even then, I have to be pretty careful going into that. Can't be too heavy-handed. I think that is another thing that you learn as you're just doing it. That lighter brush. Again, here, so you can see where we're not holding that right at the edge of the metal ferrule at all. That is another way to avoid, well, having the paint not really stick there. PNP Project, how you doing? Thanks so much for joining us here. We're continuing, as you can see, on the Salamander Fleet. But this is the first time we've done one of these, or at least I put them together. But this is the first time I painted one of the tiny little stands. It's so hilarious just how tiny that little stand is compared to the big honking ship. Again, that's the new Salamander Fleet. So PNP Project, I hope your week got off to a good start, maybe a mellow start. Maybe not a lot of high intensity action to start the week. I'm certainly good with that. I might just try to lighten the tops of the sails here a little more. I was just looking over at the. That's not the Drake. Oh no, that was the Torlex something or whatever. Gosh, do I actually have that? There's the Drake. Thorlax shield. There we go. You know what? I might even grab a little bit of that That's the radiant violet there. We'll just mix it sort of with that greenish brown. And here, we'll just hit the top of the sail ever so slightly. I mean, it's the top of the sail. It could catch some light. Why not? Stress of work. Well, PNB project, I hope that maybe that's just sort of dissipates as I get, or is it that's not the end, oh, end of month closing. Okay. I was thinking it's because it's just reopening after several months of maybe being closed, but I think I see that. I might let a little bit of this, again, that's kind of got almost a violet feel to it here. Yeah, I can definitely understand there was well, even for me at the end of every month it always is really nuts because we're trying to have all of the Patreon videos out and then obviously the ones ready to go for the next month. And this will be one that we'll be posting tomorrow for me tomorrow anyway. 1st of March. This is the from Highland Miniatures. This is my newest army painting series. That's episode 2. We've already done the basing episode. Episode 2 is always the color test miniature episode, and that's yet another color test miniature. Those are really important. I thought everybody kind of did those for their armies. They would do a color test figure, not just to get the color scheme, but also maybe to get a handle on, well, how long is this going to take? Because if people did color test miniatures and went, oh, wow, okay, that's going to take me at least, or that one thing that I want to do on the miniature, that's going to take 20 minutes longer, or a half an hour long, or 15 minutes longer on every single miniature. Is it worth it for me to do that? Yeah, that is definitely no fun. Here's again, hoping that you can get through that very quickly. And I'm sure it was extra crazy because of February being a short month. That certainly didn't help here either. Could have used an extra at least couple of days. Alrighty, there we go. I'm gonna sneak in a little bit more of the light. Look at my hand is closer to the back of the brush, right, than the front of the brush. Otherwise, there is no way I'm getting my hand in there. There's no way that brush is getting in there. See that? Able to look where my hand is. No death grip on the ferrule of the brush. All right, Laminus, thanks for joining. I know it's getting late there. It's 11:01 here. So you have a good one. Always glad to have you here, keeping me company. And hopefully we see you Thursday. Yeah, I don't think I'll have the surprise ready for Thursday. I think what we'll do is been wanting to paint that 72 mil Sister of Battle that I've been talking about. I think that could be very interesting. And we'll just paint it up. Speaking of our army painting series, we'll just paint her up like this, right? With the gold, with the green. I'm going to try and make a nice little base for her. All right, so I think we're caught up, right? So Daniel, really hoping that things just dry out there. I I saw that meme that you sent, that probably not too far from the truth at this point, I think. Who would have thought that there would be nothing but an unbroken line of water in between you and the Great Barrier Reef at this point? I might, for the heck of it, see if I can get a little bit of the... That's more the ambient light that's reflecting on those areas. A little bit of ambient light there. Now, and then, by the way, I mean, all the object source light, all this kind of stuff, that is 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, both stands just looked like this. Just a generic primer, nothing special. So there's only one of these ships. I wanted to have both of them be the flame-carrying ships, but there was only one flame like this, so it could only, well, at least with the stuff in the box, I could only make that one. Now we do have ourselves another box that's sitting right over here, and that's got, well, another sort of a mid-size ship right here. I think we'll just, yeah, this way. So it's got these 3 ships in there. Actually, the 3 different ones here too. These don't have any of the flamey stuff on them, but we'll see what kind of fun things we can do with those. Yeah, Dano, that was it was, as they say, very appropriate for sure. I think. Now, does that mean there's going to be lots of exotic critters floating around now? Maybe ending up in places where they aren't usually supposed to be? Because maybe the areas where they were, all of a sudden now kind of a bit of a aquatic highway has been established for them. So there might be some more, what was it called? Charismatic megafauna. That's it, yes. No more than usual, okay. What was the thing? Yeah, somebody, oh, it was charismatic megafauna. Species that kind of, that capture the attention of the conservation-oriented folks. I guess nobody uses that term anymore. That just kind of shows how long ago it was that we were last working on those merit badges. Okay. I might just take a little bit more of this slightly lighter turquoise here. And just along the bottom edge of the sail here. Just a little something there. Ooh, actually, I should. Yes, I should put some here. We'll sneak a little bit onto this area here. Just not much. It also, we haven't done a film noir on these little tiny guys. Let's do that. A little film noir on the tiny guys there. Oh, I just, as I'm looking around at this, I realize I gotta get some reflected light on the stern here. Yeah, I was looking at that going, what's missing over here? That would be some reflected light on the stern. I think I'm also maybe going to grab some of the white here and throw that. Looks like Kathy's going to sleep. Did she grab Sambo for putting Sambo to sleep too? I think he's still in his regular spot there. So now as everybody says goodnight to Kathy and to Sambo. as he was up late again tonight. More of that, like right along the edge here of the wake of each of these ships, tiny as they are. Well, let's see, at 1/700 scale, these ships are probably about 90 feet long-ish. No, maybe about 50 or 60 feet long. I'm just kind of comparing that to some of the Cruel Sea stuff. No, that's 1/350, so no, these things are about 100 feet long. Check that. I was thinking 1/350 scale, but no, they're bigger than I thought. I was just trying to base it on just a little bit that I've seen of some of the 1/700 scale World War II. What do I got? I have the 2 versions of West Virginia. I have a Shinano. I have a Scharnhorst. And I think I've got one other. Oh, I've got a KGB. That's right, yes. Obviously, there was other ships that I was really interested in. I wanted to get, a 1/700 scale cruiser Emden, but at 400 and something dollars, that was probably not going to happen. I need to do a little bit of blending here on some of that water. Now I'm going to take some of the Prussian blue here. Maybe some Prussian blue and the turquoise together. That should just about take it. And then up there, Prussian blue and indigo here. Good enough. Let's go back to this one now. So I figure they're probably an inch, so 700 inches. You know, I always, what was I saying? Just the, oh yeah, that a kilometer is 6/10 of a mile. I just sort of learned that little conversion when I was doing a lot of my astronomy stuff. All right, sharpen that up. Darken this. I think we either want to, I'm going to try and sneak a little bit more of my lighter yellow / orange in there too. Let me just get this out of the brush for right now. So yeah, the little tiny squadron ships, those are pretty crazy, aren't they, Green Fairy Studios? Now, of course, I guess the other oh, I haven't seen any of the flying stuff. That's right. I don't know if the stands on those are pretty much the same MDF pieces of wood or whatever for the flying stuff as it is for this, or if it's on one of those clear style bases. You know what? Let's see if I can get my lighter, or I can. There we go. I wasn't quite sure I was going to be able to swing that. That's better. I would really love to shoot this, all the way down there, and because I think we did that over on this end. Now I'm just going to shove some down into there, because it would probably be bouncing back and forth, right? Reflecting back and forth there. So the stands are resin 30mm sculpted things, with a clear peg. Now, is it one of those really heavy clear pegs, sort of like the GW ones with the air bubbles in it, the super fat pegs, or is it a little more elegant? I'm guessing that it's probably the fatter ones, like the old GW style flying bases. All I want to do there is just catch a couple edges with that lighter yellow. So that's just a pretty simple cadmium yellow deep comboed with the fluorescent yellow. I mean, the cadmium yellow deep is pretty intense as is. This gives it even more. It's a basic clear peg, all like the old GW ones. I'm going to also try to get a little bit here with some of my light over the top, just to try to carry some of it like it's casting down this way towards the midships. Yeah, see, this is another area where just, I don't know, a couple hours ago would have been virtually impossible to get any paint to stick there. Now we're actually able to get some there. All right, Green Fairy, you have a good one. We'll see you Thursday, and I do believe that's the most likely scenario is that I'll be painting that one Sister of Battle that I printed out round about 72 mil. But Friday or Saturday could be a special surprise. Bitsround, wow, Bitsround, I had asked, hey, because we were talking about different scales of things, and BattleTech was what, 1/265th or something? Thanks so much, Bitron. Appreciate that. Yeah, Bitron, it's been eight months already. Thank you so much. But I think it was Green Fury was saying that BattleTech, I guess, is 1/265th scale. And well, this is what 1/700, I guess. 1/285th scale. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, Bitsround, if you want to post your hanger, speaking of BattleTech and stuff, if you want to post, I think you did at least one or two Instagram posts on your hanger. And it's a Dano. Sorry, I forgot if you wanted to post your latest sculpt. The painting on that was looking really good. How did you how did you like painting on your own sculpt that was printed? I thought I had asked you that. I think it was so late or something. I spaced on that, of course. But yeah, how did you like painting on your own sky? I know you've done it before, but I hope that really feels satisfying. I just know the few sculpts that I've had a chance to do and then paint those, that's been a really fun experience. It can be a little unusual sometimes, but still definitely fun. So there it is. Go check out the hanger. And Bithron, boy, you've got quite a bit of terrain now for your BattleTech stuff. Tons and tons of terrain. Do I want to darken that down some more? Might just do that. These are a couple of others. I might also take some indigo, some of the indigo, some of the spinel here. and really try to fortify these darks down here. Yeah, do something like this. Maybe darken that side of the mast down a little bit. Did we get enough of the... I think we got enough darks down in the sail itself. I'm not gonna do anything on the some of these sails are pretty thick. I will say that. I mean, it's kind of understandable how that happens, but some of them are a little bit on the thicker side. All right, we need to get this sort of a brownish gray color. Actually, Dano, this is that Van Dyke brown, and these are those kind of grays that I was telling you about, that we were, going back and forth about. This is the no, actually, this is still the Gamlin version. I was thinking this was the Williamsburg Van Dyke brown. No, this is the Gamlin. And just we've let some of the green mix with it. Here it's just a brilliant yellow pale mixing with it to create that sort of a warmish gray color. Yeah, Dano, I know you have an Instagram to the sculpt. So if you wanted to share your sculpt there so that people could see that. What is... Again, I don't want... If I put highlights on this that are just too light, we're going to lose our lighting effect on the other side. So I'm going to see if I can't do some sort of mid-tone stuff down over here. Nah, that's going to be too much already. Okay, something like that. Yeah, not too light here. Because otherwise, yeah, it's just going to kill that lighting effect to you. Sometimes, as much as you would love to have some light in an area, whatever, you just say, you know what, we're better off just leaving it darker. We'll get more contrast out of it that way. Yeah, it's got to be pretty... Again, I've only had a few chances. Now, of course, the neat thing about yours is that you can print it as many times as you want. You can make it bigger, smaller. That's just really cool. It's going to be I think quite a while before I ever get a chance to even mess around with those programs. And geez, how many months have you been working with those, Dano? Or doing the digital sculpting there, and just kind of figuring out how all that works. I guess, I don't know, is there anything that you, as you look back at it, you say, well, if I was doing this again, starting over, and learning this the first time, I wonder if you would say, well, okay, I wish I had known about this for sure. All right, we did our dark there. I'm going to come back the other way. This is pretty much the same stuff we put on the sails on the somewhat larger ship, and that's just going to go here along that edge. Might go one step from there. And what the heck? What the heck? We'll go with Radiant Lemon. Yeah, that's like a light violet color there. That's pretty much what this is. So yeah, Dano, this is basically Radiant Lemon now mixed with the Van Dyke Brown, creating that particular brownish gray. Nothing else there. Well, Dano, that's really incredible. Just 3 months of doing that. So yeah, you have to be really, really jazzed about what you've been able to do in such a short time. And of course, there's been a few little interruptions along the way, right, with the computer and everything else. So there's been potential roadblocks thrown up there. Been able to sort of power through those. And we'll keep going with our little bit of our light there on the sail. There's a lot of unusual little folds here. I don't want to emphasize them too much. But I think it would give a little life to the sail there if we at least did a little something there. Oh, geez, yeah, that's right. I remember you saying like the mouse and everything. Holy smokes, man, that would have been rough. I used to have that pressure sensitive tablet. I have one now. It's a used one that Landress was kind enough to send over this way. I still have to get that set up. Yeah, just maybe we'll get a little light there. Okay, that's good enough. Ooh, this sail, just the way that's pointed. Gonna let that catch a little light too. Ah, Scribble, how you doing? Nice to see you again. I hope that your Monday, well, your week got off to at least a chill start. Maybe not too much crazy stuff happening to start the week. Anyway, we're continuing with our Salamander Fleet here. We've got another one of these ships going. We even have a tiny little stand here that we've been painting. So that's we've been having some fun with that. And that's for the Armada game. We've been doing basically on Mondays, we've been painting all of these Armada ships. So that's from Mantic. And we've done several different fleets now. We have a pretty decent Empire of Dust. We got the Elf fleet. We have the Basilean fleet. We also have the Orcs. And of course, we've painted, I think, 3 of these now. These are the Twilight Kin ships. So yeah, we've done 3 of those. Yeah, Happy Heretic. Well, you know how I schedule things, right? There's during the day I tend to run between 3 and 4.5 hour prints, and anything that's basically 6 hours or more, that's usually something that gets run overnight. So yeah, Scribbler been having some fun with the Armada ships. Those are from Mantic. Essentially uses the same rules as I almost said Cruel Seas, as the Black Seas game from Warlord. You can even use some of the Warlord ships in this game to kind of have a generic human/Empire style fleet. So let's lighten this up a little here. Where's that Radiant Violet? Might hit that a little bit more here. Well, here's hoping for success for you on your prints. I know I've got a couple that, well, they should be done. Yeah, they've maybe not as long ago as I thought, but they're definitely finished. We'll have to take those off and either start up the next one. Here, let's hit this two right there. Let's see if I can't also get a couple of more lights on the main deck here. I think you can sort of see it. I have to kind of tilt it where I can see it, which might be a little bit tougher for you to see. So we're back to that radiant violet again. A little bit of that on the same thing here. Now those, because of the way this is coming down here, I almost thought that we'd like that to be a little bit in shadow. Now there could be some of our firelight that sneaks all the way through here. Oh, let's just have some fun. Let's just do this here. It's a little bit of the orange. Sneaks its way over here. Maybe not quite so light of a yellow there. But we'll say here the mast going to get in the way of that. But here, no sail, no mast to block that quite so much. So we'll let a little bit of the violet extend on down this way. Yeah, Happy Heretic, a couple of the different things is you want that bottom layer to, well, I just maximize it all because failures just don't help at all. And it prints very much slower, but it does tend to reduce the amount of the failures. Also, I know we talked about temperature and all that kind of stuff. I try to make sure that the resin is heated up. And I know Dano, well, actually, I looked at my supports. Apparently, they're set to medium. Now, of course, when you do the auto supports and it's set to light, it's just going to do the same amount of supports, right? Just thinner or just skinnier. Now, there's a whole bunch about this support. I just have not had a chance to even figure out how to do the fan style supports whatsoever. I don't even know if there's a video for something like that. I don't even know what the, because if I put that search parameter in, yeah, YouTube's not going to understand what the heck I'm looking for. So I'm not quite sure what I would look at for an instructional video on doing those type of supports. Yeah, I'm a little bit more my orange. Work its way, especially maybe again down here closer to where the flame is, or the light source, I guess we should call it, instead of the flame. I'm gonna hit this up here just to clean up the edge. Not that I really want a light there. I'm just looking to clean up that edge. I think that's a little wonky as far as the resin cast there. And I've got somewhere, I'll just use that as a blending brush here. And this is brushstroke management. We're not really looking to blend a color, especially not into another color. We're just like there's a wonky brushstroke. All I wanted to do was just kind of tidy that stuff up a little bit. So when people say, boy, I can't see any brushstrokes on there, it's because we've gone in, right, and just wiped some of that away. I think I can increase the density of the lights. Or yeah. So Dano, I guess you let it throw out some supports, and then you basically have to modify that support and try and turn it into one. Because I don't even know which button I've kind of tried that. I think it was a couple days ago. I tried looking around to see, is there a button that I can just kind of see here that activates the fan supports, which sounds kind of funny. I'm not even sure if it calls it that. I'm sure it doesn't use that same terminology. So get that. Some of this just pretty much the cadmium scarlet here and there. See if I can get a little more of that up here. Seem like the fire's reaching that maybe down here. A little more. Do I want to get some on the other side of this? No, I'm going to say just the sail really does block some of that. Now this, that needs some, I think that needs just some darks in there. So let's grab this and do that. So a little bit of the indigo, a little bit of the black. Good enough. Now I think I'm going to come back with, if I have some very light color here that I can use. Maybe in some of these mortars here. Couple areas of lights along the edge of the hull too. I think we need to maybe do some of that here. I'm just trying to thin this down. Again, the paint is it's been out there a while, so it's more set. Here, let's grab this. And see on the ends of these barrels here if we can lighten that up a little bit. Down here, a little bit of that decorative sort of trim there. Can be a little bit difficult sometimes to reach down in there and get to some of those places. See if we can also do a bit of there we go. Just a modify button that you do to change the support, and then click the top of the support vertical piece. That will give you a support end to place and keep creating until you click off of the miniature. So Dan, I think I was kind of wondering if that's what it was, where it's almost like a click and drag, and then it'll just keep dropping down those fans or the fan supports. Now I can give it a try tonight or tomorrow, and I'll let you know. If he gets some messages going, I don't think I'm getting it right, or I think, hey, look what I did. I made fan supports. Actually, yeah, Dano, the Loot Studio stuff, what's weird is that in some ways the Diwali supports are almost a little bit more reliable, and the printing goes ever on stuff, it's just a little, the last 2 months, it hasn't gone so well. It could just be the sculpts themselves are just more difficult to support just by what they are. But it has not gone very well with this. That's why I'm just kind of focusing more on that myself, the whole support thing, because I might just have to start doing more of that myself. Now, thanks, Dano. And it's very strange because the supports were always really good, but maybe just being pressed for time or whatever. Catch a little more of my not object source light down here. Some of that back here too, perhaps. Oh yeah, gee whiz, we need some of that right here. Something like that. Oh, let's get this down here. Like, so there we are. Okay, boom, good enough. Yeah, and I get, well, we could say that this, right, is casting a shadow there, but I've got no, there's no lights on the other side of that barrel, so we need to do a little something. That's still mixing. That's mostly pre-glaze that I'm mixing this in with. Still can, even after all this time. Still mixing with the pre-glaze. Well, Dano, it's weird. The one that I had the crazy stuff with today, that wasn't much old. That was actually one of the very first ones of theirs that I ever printed. Now, of course, it was a different resin back then, but I think it was all of those. Remember the little tiny basing bits? Remember I sent you a picture of that build plate, and there was about 800 of those things side by side. And you said, yeah, that if you fill that up too much, that you're going to have too much suction force, right? And it's going to want to yank stuff off the supports. And I thought I was okay just having like 2 or 3 of those, but I think it was too radical a difference between the things I was trying to print, right? I had stuff that would take 6 hours to print and stuff that takes only like an hour and a half to print on the same plate, and I think that was just a bridge too far. Okay, I think now we've got a little more action there on those sails. Do we find a little bit more of our light right along the top of this? Again, the stern could use some reflected light because of all of that wake that's being churned up right there. Catch a little bit more of our light there and here. Maybe just a smidge of it. Oh, also here too, we have virtually nothing going on here along that top edge. I was thinking, why is that? What's weird about that? It's this top edge having nothing on it here. Oh, and if everyone could please go, again, check out Armored Wolf, the basing supply, the crushed glass, all the fantastic flower and grass stuff. Those are now available. Those are now available. You want to go get those because they are fantastic. All right, those of you have a good one, and hopefully we see you on Thursday. Hopefully we see you Thursday. And we'll catch a little more light right there. Okay, that's actually I'm gonna take a look at my big old ship here. Now there's much more going on. Yeah, but you see we have the same sort of reflected greenish light. Sorry, that's happening on the end of the hull. Sorry about that. Now do I want to do anything later? One second, let me just get something to drink here. Yeah, my apologies. I think we've had quite the temperature shift today. I do believe it's probably dropped about 30 degrees or so since a matter of hours ago. Now, the thing, you know what, I'm going to let that get to be a little bit more towards the yellow here. Let's do that. Right here on this planking, we'll just plunk down a little bit of our lighter orange here. This might be almost a little too late, but let's see what happens here. I know it's going to be tough for you to see, but it's about the only way I can get an angle at it. Oh, now you can see it. So that's what I just did right there. I don't want to make this too light right here. I don't want it to look like it's supposed to be metal or something, but it's pretty close to where the fire is oriented. Do I want to get any more of my lighter fire colors down onto here? Not so much. I don't think so. Down here, maybe we'll get some of our orange. We'll just take some of the cadmium scarlet to do that. Digital deck, nice to see you again. That you are doing well. Maybe you had some fun over the weekend, and that your week got off to a good start. Yeah, we'll let just a little bit of our lighter orange work its way onto this. Here, let's thin this down here. So Alexander, it's definitely there. You might look under maybe replica nature, but it's definitely up there. Now, it all depends. I don't know if it's not listed. If it's maybe a product is sold out. I haven't done Etsy, so I don't know how that works. Well, Happy Heretic, I hope that all works out the way you hope. We always want everybody's prints to turn out 100% perfect. We're always rooting for folks that are printing. Do I want to lighten that up a little, maybe a little bit right there? Okay, so that's again, I don't know. That's just my ignorance on Etsy right there, so I do apologize. But that'll tell you just how popular those products are. That they sold out in a hurry. So, well, that's the tradition here, right? Anything that we recommend immediately sells out. So be sure to keep your eye on it. As I don't know if you can be alerted to something being listed on an Etsy page. I don't know. I think you could do that on eBay back in the day. Not sure. So again, Happy Heretic, I really wish you luck on that print because of all the times where I need a super high percentage of successful prints, this would definitely be one of them. Alright, I don't think I need to go any lighter on that. I will take one last little gander over at this guy now. There's some things that I've kind of been waiting that well, maybe the paint sets a little bit more, and there's another little thing that I could add here and there. Again, I don't know if we'll do too much more of the, I might go this far with the yellow on the water here. But I think I need to keep that sort of minimal. Actually, what I'm thinking of doing, since it's been about 4 hours, and I've got a lot of things to do here still tonight, I might head on over to Dr. Faust, because we never get a chance to raid Dr. Faust. He's raided us a bazillion times. Now, of course, he may be just about ready to end, but again, I never get a chance to raid him. So I think we might just do that. And I do want to thank everybody that has done the bitses and the cheers and the subs. That's all appreciated. And again, I think Thursday we'll be painting a 72 mil scale Sister of Battle. Kind of using my other Sister's color scheme. I thought that would just be fun. Something so much larger like that, but my same color scheme. And I just realized right here we probably need to get a little bit of reflected light here on the underside of these. Just a bit more here. And thanks again, Dan. I appreciate that. And and Bitron, thanks also for the sub. So there we go. So again, that is some more of our Armada fleet ready to go. There's the Salamanders. This is from Mantic. And these, I don't know how many of these, but at least a fair number of them should be on display in the Adepticon booth. So, thanks, Bitron. So here we'll get our raid countdown started because that takes a few seconds. And from pre-glaze to this, 4 hours. That's all it took. 4 hours. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Thursday.